our freedom away. They won't take our freedom. They won't take our freedom away.
When M. Scott Peck talked about pseudo-community, he wasn't just talking about churches or families. He was describing every movement that claims to have found the truth. Pseudo-community is that early stage where everyone pretends harmony exists, where honesty gets traded for belonging, where people say, we're all one, but what they really mean is, don't make me uncomfortable. And I can't help but see the same pattern in what we call the natural law movement. The message, freedom, morality, self-ownership is all great and pure, but the practice, too often it's polluted by ego, dogma, and quiet competition. They talk about truth, but avoid conflict. They preach courage, but run and hide from accountability. That's pseudo-community in its purest form, a fragile illusion of unity that shatters the moment someone dares to speak truth too bluntly. Now rewind to 2012, the Ron Paul revolution. That was some real shit. For many of us, it was the first time we saw someone on the national stage stand up and say we should legalize drugs and the Federal Reserve and abolish the IRS. That campaign wasn't about politics. It was the rebirth of conscience in the public square. It cracked open minds sealed shut by the red-blue two-party paradigm tribalism bullshit. People organically came together to promote the message of freedom. No corporate sponsors, no central command, just raw human conviction. In LA, a local entrepreneur donated a space for a Ron Paul call center. We hosted sign hanging parties late into the night, painted banners, stapling flyers, handing out bumper stickers and DVDs about market anarchy, waking people up one conversation at a time. I remember a group of ladies got together to make a pinups for Ron Paul calendar where they got their titties out to promote the message of freedom. The calendars sold out very quickly. We built meetup groups on Hollywood Boulevard where activists, artists, musicians, and veterans stood shoulder to shoulder in the belly of the beast. Different people, one principle: slavery is immoral. We protested at the Federal Reserve, passing out in the Fed pamphlets to people passing by who had never heard of Austrian economics. It was grassroots activism at its finest: spontaneous, decentralized, unstoppable. And when Ron Paul came through town, we made sure and threw a big party for him. The stadium was overflowing. Kids were climbing up in trees to hear what he had to say. The spirit of liberty spilt into the streets. That wasn't just a campaign, it was a culture awakening. It proved that when truth is spoken sincerely, ordinary people will move mountains to amplify it. But here's the irony. After that awakening, we didn't evolve into a true community. We split, branded, and built silos. We had the right idea, but not the right hearts. We wanted freedom, but not the humility that makes freedom sustainable. So we recreated pseudo-communities, cliques of conformity dressed up as enlightenment, and just like Peck warned, those communities began to crumble under the weight of their own dishonesty. Peck said that the only way forward is through chaos, the painful stage where everyone drops the mask and finally speaks their truth. That's where the illusion dies and the real community begins. Maybe that's what this era is, our collective chaos phase in the freedom movement. The Ron Paul years planted the seeds. The natural law circles tried to water it, but the soil wasn't ready. We're still learning. Freedom isn't just absence of rulers, it's the presence of responsibility. And that's what makes the next stage possible: genuine, hard-earned community, rooted not in appearances, but in truth. So tonight, as we watch or we read M. Scott Peck, let's not just analyze pseudo-community as an idea. Let's hold up the mirror. Let's ask ourselves, Where have we been pretending? Where have we avoided the discomfort that real growth demands? Because the dream of freedom, from Ron Paul to natural law to whatever comes next, will only come alive when we move beyond pseudo community into the real, raw, courageous connection, not fake peace, but earned peace, not shallow agreement, but shared virtue. That's where evolution begins, and that's where this movement becomes something real. Today, we're going to be reading from, where'd it go? We're going to be reading from A Different Drum by M. Scott Peck, who I know growing up, my mom read his other book called The Road Less Traveled and swear by it. And I know that is quite a popular book. I believe it's in the Ark. I think this one's in the Ark too, isn't it?
I
don't know if this is in the Ark.
It's a Road Less.
Should be.
Yeah, it should be. Mark's Ark.
Mark's Ark. So yeah, very good book. I'm going to post the StreamYard link. If anybody wants to come up and help us read this, it will be much greatly appreciated, because it's not the easiest thing to do for a long time. Sharing the load. You want to start?
Sure.
Ooh.
Drum. Stop Peck. You want to go over this part?
Yeah.
About the book. In The Different Drum, M. Scott Peck explores the transformative power of community and the essential role it plays in the quest for personal and collective peace. Through a compelling narrative that melds psychological insight with spiritual wisdom, Peck invites readers on a profound journey toward understanding how authentic connections can heal and empower individuals. He articulates the notion that true community is not merely a gathering of individuals, but a supportive network grounded in love, trust, and shared purpose. As he delves into the stages of community building, readers are encouraged to reflect on their own experiences with community, ultimately inspiring them to seek and nurture these vital connections in their lives. Join Peck in unraveling the intricate tapestry of human relationships and discover how embracing community can lead to a more fulfilled and harmonious experience. About the author, M. Scott Peck was an American psychiatrist and best-selling author renowned for his pioneering work in the field of personal development and spiritual growth. Born on April 22nd, 1936, Peck gained widespread recognition with the publication of his seminal book, The Road Less Traveled, which we just talked about, which combines psychological insight with spiritual wisdom, earning him a devoted readership. Drawing on his experiences in both clinical practice and his exploration of various philosophical and spiritual traditions, Peck focused on the importance of love, community, and personal responsibility in fostering meaningful connections and personal transformation. His work, including The Different Drum, emphasizes the significance of creating healthy communities through trust and communication, reflecting his holistic approach to mental health and human relationships. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Understanding community and its significance in human connection. Community, according to N. Scott Peck in The Different Drum, serves as foundational to human connection and belonging. In a world where isolation and disconnection can often prevail, the concept of community emerges as a vital force that not only fosters relationships but also nurtures the individual spirit. At its core, community is not merely a collection of people, but a space where individuals find a sense of belonging, acceptance, and support. This belonging is essential as it fulfills a fundamental human need, the desire to connect with others in meaningful ways. Peck delineates between different types of communities, categorizing them into three primary types: functional communities, intentional communities, and true or real communities. Functional communities are typically defined by shared objectives or interests, where people come together for specific purposes, such as workplaces or clubs. While they provide a degree of connection, these communities often lack the depth necessary for profound personal relationships. Intentional communities, on the other hand, are formed with a deliberate purpose to foster meaning and closer ties among members. These can range from spiritual groups to co-housing arrangements where individuals consciously choose to live and interact with each other in committed ways. However, even intentional communities can sometimes miss the mark when it comes to nurturing authentic relationships. True communities, as Peck argues, embody a higher level of connectivity and understanding. These are environments where individuals are not just coexisting, but are genuinely supporting one another's growth and well-being. In true communities, participants learn to navigate their differences, fostering a rich tapestry of experiences and perspectives that enhances the shared human experience. This authenticity enables personal growth as individuals begin to explore and confront their real selves in an accepting environment. The synergy of collective effort in fostering an atmosphere of love, trust, and support leads not only to individual improvement, but also an enriching communal experience. In essence, the importance of community in Peck's philosophy resonates deeply with the core human experience. By providing a cradle for personal growth and development, authentic communities serve as much more than mere social structures. They become transformative spaces where lives can be changed, challenges confronted, and joys celebrated. Through understanding and nurturing these connections, individuals find not only a place to belong, but also a catalyst for their own evolution and flourishing.
Mm-hmm. Chapter 2, the stages of community development, from chaos to unity. The journey toward true community unfolds through 4 distinct and interrelated stages: pseudo-community, chaos, emptiness, and ultimately true community. Each of these stages is characterized by unique challenges and dynamics that must be navigated to foster authentic connections among individuals. In the first stage, pseudo-community, individuals come together with a facade of unity, often mistaken superficial interactions for genuine relationships. This stage is marked by an overwhelming desire for harmony and conformity, where people are reluctant to express their true thoughts and feelings. As a result, conflicts and deeper issues are swept under the rug, creating an illusion of peace. However, this stage inhibits genuine connections as individuals are not fully authentic or vulnerable. I'm going to read that again. The whole thing. In the first stage, pseudo-community, individuals come together with a facade of unity, often mistaking superficial interactions for genuine relationships. This stage is marked by an overwhelming desire for harmony and conformity, where people are reluctant to express their true thoughts and feelings. As a result, conflicts and deeper issues are swept under the rug, creating an illusion of peace. However, this stage inhibits genuine connections as individuals are not fully authentic or vulnerable. The challenge here lies in the collective resistance to acknowledge differences and conflicts, which are essential for real intimacy and growth. Boom. Right off the bat. Hit the nail on the head. This guy. Transitioning to the second stage, chaos, marks a pivotal point in community development. And as individuals begin to express their true selves and voice their disagreements, the initial veneer of harmony dissolves. Chaos is characterized by tension, conflict, and disorder as differing perspectives clash. This stage can feel tumultuous and disheartening, heading many to retreat to the comfort of pseudo-community. Where do we know of pseudo-communities? However, chaos is a necessary part of the journey. It presents an opportunity for deeper understanding and assessment of one another's values and beliefs. Navigating through chaos requires courage and open communication, as it challenges individuals to confront conflict head on rather than avoiding them. Or, side note, people just run away and hide that aren't willing to face the real shit, that want to just stay in the pseudo community where everyone just slaps each other on the back.
Mhm.
That was not M. Scott Peck. Once the tumult of chaos is acknowledged and worked through, the community enters the emptiness stage. This pivotal stage is one of introspect, where individuals recognize the need for genuine connection beyond surface level interactions. In this phase, community members may feel a sense of loss or disconnection, the realization that previous attempts at unity were insubstantial. Despite this comfort, emptiness offers the opportunity for profound personal growth and awareness. It encourages individuals to reflect on their own feelings, vulnerabilities, and the barriers they have erected by fostering a willingness to sit with discomfort and engage in honest dialogue. I wonder if we're here. Everybody's real quiet right now.
Mhm.
There was a
Yeah.
lot of chaos last couple months. Everybody's real quiet right now.
It encourages individuals to reflect on their own feelings, vulnerabilities, and barriers they have erected. Yeah, I mean, we may have seen this because we've had some interactions with individuals who have seemed to change their positions and seem to have gone through this, at least individually with themselves, and maybe questioning
Yeah,
some of the people around them.
we've seen a lot of that, especially recently. Holy cow. You should see my inbox. And just being someone this is the whole foreshadow work thing. Once someone forces you into this uncomfortable position, you're far more likely to consider your behavior and maybe consider how to change your behavior to not get yourself in that position again. It takes, it's almost like you're getting taken down a notch. You're having to go back a little bit, or up Mount Stupid a little bit more, or down Mount Stupid a little bit more, something like that.
It brings to mind like the teachability chart.
Yeah,
and you have the
good
on
one.
one
That's
end,
better. Yeah,
the completely skeptical versus the other end completely open, and then that key area is in the middle,
Mhm.
the area of teachability, to where you want the balance between skepticism and openness, so where you're able to question things and consider things without necessarily accepting them, et cetera, et cetera. That's where growth is.
Yeah, and the freedom.
That's where you can grow.
And like the freedom movement's like, oh, don't believe anything, and that's where it's like, at least in the truth community, you gotta kind of find a balance to things. You can't just be completely unbalanced with stuff. You're not going to end up with the truth. But anyway,
any community.
Yeah, any community.
It really doesn't even matter the context of the community. At least, I mean, we have different objectives and goals and research.
Yeah.
At the beginning, but still.
And communities usually start around an idea, that everybody believes the same on, and then once you're around people, you realize that you don't agree with everything that everybody says, and not everybody's nice all the time, and then that's when the real stuff happens. And that's what I hope our community is at this point. I'm pretty sure we're in chaos or this one, but anyway, it encourages individuals to reflect on their own feelings, vulnerabilities, and the barriers they've erected by fostering a willingness to sit with discomfort and engage in honest dialogue. Individuals can move through emptiness, paving the path for collaborative healing and reinvigoration. Finally, through the process of conflict resolution and mutual understanding, communities can emerge into the stage of true community. our show tends to be a place for conflict resolution, and in any community, and at least without a serious government attached to it, there will be public conflict resolution, and your reputation means everything, in anarchist communities, at least. Through the process of conflict resolution and mutual understanding, community can emerge into the stage of true community. Communities can emerge into the stage of true community. This stage is characterized by a deep sense of belonging, shared purpose, and genuine empathy among its members. True community flourishes when individuals embrace their differences and support one another's growth. The dynamic of trust, love, and acceptance create a nurturing environment where individuals can express their authentic selves without fear of judgment. In this stage, conflict is seen not as a threat, but as a catalyst for deeper connection, fostering resilience and interdependence. Overall, the journey through these stages underscores the critical importance of conflict and resolution in developing authentic relationships. Transformation occurs when individuals confront challenges, learn from one another, and commit to the ongoing process of building true community. It's through this evolution from pseudo-community to chaos, when emptiness, and ultimately to true community, that people, sorry, a dog just ran by, that people can find profound connections and meaning in their shared human experience. Each stage serves not only as a challenge, but also as an essential stepping stone toward a more united and understanding community. Whew. Yeah. So, any community that you join, this is not M. Scott Peck here, this is me talking. Any community you join where everybody's just getting along great and everybody just thinks everyone's great and everyone just seems like they're just in love with each other, you gotta question that, because it's most likely not one of these authentic communities. It's maybe a community in training wheels, but
it's a community in its honeymoon.
yes,
it's like a relationship.
exactly. Yeah, everyone's like,
you haven't had your first argument yet.
Oh yeah, Bubba. Bubba the dog agrees. He liked that.
Yeah.
He liked that idea.
Thanks, Bubba.
So yeah, it's
I mean, we can talk. This reflects again. I mean, law of correspondence, right?
Yeah.
It's a relationship dynamic as well, and it is on a collective level. Where you have the stage, like I was saying, of like the honeymoon stage, and then the quality of the relationship is reflected by how much each individual in that relationship is willing to be open to growth and change and having good faith conversation, just like a community. I mean, it's really just a relationship expanded amongst more, multiple people, friendship, whatever. But yeah.
overall, the journey through these stages underscores the critical importance of conflict and resolution in developing authentic relationships. Transformation occurs when individuals confront challenges, learn from one another, and commit to the ongoing process of building true community. It is through this evolution from pseudo-community to chaos, then emptiness, and ultimately to true. Yes. Blocking people, running away and hiding. Hey. These aren't challenging your problems or challenging you're not confronting a challenge.
You're not putting yourself in the mode for possible growth or development of the community, right? I mean, especially if people are deciding certain individuals of the community should be shunned and shut out based off of, whatever we're talking about. I'm not even talking about anything specific.
No, but it's just a behavior of it. And
but it's much easier. It's a much easier way to deal with conflict than to be open and vulnerable and genuine.
And a lot of these guys
it's more difficult.
Have been threatening to fight and kill me.
Well, that's just doubling down, right? And then it's even harder then to come out of that because you've already doubled down, especially coming from the super masculine, especially being a man and, being,
this guy's talking about me.
It's hard then to come back from that, but then it's not impossible. It just takes that you have to be vulnerable, right? I was wrong. That's, again, going back to
people don't like saying that.
Yeah.
From pseudo-community to chaos, then emptiness, and ultimately to true community, that people can find profound connections and meaning in their shared human experience. Each stage serves not only as a challenge, but also as an essential stepping stone toward a more united and understanding community.
Community that can weather storms and confrontation, and bad actors coming up and being able to get through it and move forward.
And a community, if criticized, doesn't run and hide, actually challenges those claims,
or I would say allows the claims to be challenged at the very least. Not even accepts or denies the claims, but just allow the conversation.
Without emotional outbursts. Chapter 3, the role of love, a foundation for community building. Love is a central and transformative force in the formation of community. As M. Scott Peck articulates throughout The Different Drum, he asserts that love is foundational, not just as an emotional experience, but as an active commitment to care, respect, and nurture the well-being of others. In the context of community building, love transcends mere affection. It becomes a conscious choice to promote unity and connection among individuals. Got that 8th principle here. Peck distinguishes between genuine love and counterfeit forms that are often mistaken for love, like dependency, neediness, and superficial affection. Genuine love is characterized by selfishness and the desire for a well-being of others without expecting anything in return. Selfishness. This authentic love is crucial for creating a safe space for individuals can express themselves freely, which is vital for the growth of any true community. In contrast, counterfeits can lead to manipulation, resentment, and division, undermining the very essence of community, which we've seen quite a bit this last year or two. It's always fun, side note, it's always fun finding stuff in stuff. Finding like natural law stuff or Passio stuff, like finding where he found it from. Yeah, it's always happens often these days. Oh, that's where he got it from.
Yeah. Well, there's like the truth is sprinkled in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and especially a lot of this old, wise writings. It's a lot of the same parallels going on, but then a bunch of other stuff, a bunch of other faff connected.
Well, it's separating the good shit from the bullshit.
Yeah,
that's kind of
the discernment.
It's Mark Passio's biggest talent, I would say, is helping kind of weave the tapestry of the truth from many different areas and to get a better idea of what the actual truth is. But again, I mean, even with this book, or like reviewing this book, that there's still, I mean, Scott Peck is still the latest. Like there's in any of these books, like you'll see, but it's all about seeing what's worth keeping, and what's real and what's true and what works.
Scott Peck did lots of seminars with like corporations and big like Fortune 500, And so he started seeing patterns in everything in all these groups. And that's kind of where the value is in what he figured out. It obviously got used for, not that I have anything against corporations, but
and I don't know if this is because this is kind of like summarizing each of the chapters. Like I'm not sure if it's gonna go over this specific example, but Peck talks about how in corporations and how also corporations and I forget what other group it is, but people of like scholarly people like professors and stuff, people who are very intelligent. He was saying the pseudo community period lasts longer with highly intelligent people.
Yeah, they stay in denial longer
because they're able to
not stupid.
Yeah, well, just like socially, they're able to work around the difficult, having to confront each other and having to confront differences because they're smarter. But yeah, it's just interesting because I thought about that related to the natural law community. We all
corporations are against natural law.
Yeah.
They're false entities.
But in the upper echelons of corporations, you have generally higher IQ, left brain, smarter people. Yeah. And so you just
and they got the money to feed into it more too.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But it's interesting to just take knowledge from the guinea pigs.
Yeah.
Elite guinea pigs.
Yep. Exactly. It's culted information.
Yeah. Totally.
The impact of love on community dynamics is profound. When love is present, it fosters trust and understanding among community members, encouraging open communication and collaboration. Love inspires individuals to support one another through challenges, creating a sense of belonging and security. As Peck points out, communities built on love are more resilient as they can navigate conflicts and difficulties together, turning challenges into opportunities for growth and deeper connections. Moreover, Peck emphasizes that love is not a passing feeling, but an active practice, one that necessitates continual effort and commitment. This practice includes listening, empathizing. I was just going to say this is some NBC stuff here. This practice includes listening, empathizing, and being vulnerable with one another. It requires community members to engage not only with the other's joy, but also with the sorrows and struggles, thereby forming deeper, more meaningful relationships. In this way, love helps to break down barriers of isolation and fear. And we got to obviously pay to get...
Yeah.
No, there's more.
But yeah, so there's a little mix. It mixes in a little NBC, right?
Yeah.
Where, yes, it takes, like we're saying, that vulnerability, that openness to come into conversations in good faith, and love's all important. But again, where NBC kind of strays from the path, if it strays into moral relativism, if we raise feelings to be as important as truth and just being, our arbitrary, emotions being held as the gold standard as to, what's important, then it's like, slippery slope. So yeah. Again,
Marshall Rosenberg, who started NVC, Nonviolent Communication, he one of the things he really shocks everyone with is he says, Mom, I was irritated at my wife for something she did, and she came in the room and she was like, "Oh, do you still do you love me?" And he's like, "Not right now," and because he pushes this, love is not something that you just have all the time. There are times where you don't love your partner, and there are times that you do, and it's something you always have to work towards. So like once I saw that, I was like, oh, this sounds like NBC, and then it was all empathizing, vulnerable. Okay,
yeah. I mean, it does say, Peck emphasizes that it's not a passive experience. And Marshall Rosenberg is kind of saying love is a passive experience, and it's really just dependent on the
circumstances and what you feel at any moment. Yeah.
Like the deeper love of, no, it's not that, because in the moment, yes, our feelings will sway, we have conflicts with it, whatever, your lover, members of your community, but having that stable base of, I know this person's being genuine and being vulnerable, therefore I will hold them to that standard of just accepting as what they're saying is true. But truth is still important. There's still a right and wrong. If someone's causing harm, then it needs to be, despite if it hurts their feelings, being called out. It's very important to be discerning.
Yeah, if you're new to
Yeah.
natural law and you don't know what new age bullshit is, check out Nonviolent Communication by Marshall Rosenberg. That's a good example of some new age bullshit. It's very convincing stuff. Marshall Rosenberg is a very charismatic guy, funny kind of dad type with lots of jokes, and says some really base shit sometimes. But Nonviolent Communication is new age bullshit. It's oh, don't blame anyone for anything they do. We're all product of our environment, so we should just talk to each other.
Check out our last episode.
Yeah, check out our
Or the
two
episode
episodes
before
ago. Jana, NVC with Jana,
Yeah.
2 episodes ago, to learn about what, or actually check that out on Jana's website, janaesp.com, right?
I do believe so.
Something like that. Go look at it or her
Search
website
on
or on her YouTube, not on mine,
ESP.
and check out the rest of her stuff because she's one of the goats. You want to go?
Sure. Chapter 4: The importance of diversity, embracing differences for stronger communities. Diversity is a cornerstone of vibrant and sustainable communities, as outlined by M. Scott Peck. Embracing differences among individuals enriches the community by introducing a variety of perspectives, experiences, and insights that ultimately lead to a greater understanding and collective growth. In a world where homogeneity often prevails, the strength found in diversity becomes increasingly crucial for building resilient communities that can navigate the complexities of human interaction. I would say tactically too. It's survival wise too. People having coming from different backgrounds.
Shout out to Claire. She's turning 8.
Oh yeah, shout out to Claire. Happy birthday. The presence of diverse backgrounds cultivates an environment where learning and adaptation thrive. When individuals with differing viewpoints come together, it challenges the status quo, encourages critical thinking, and promotes creativity. This cross-pollination of ideas facilitates problem-solving and innovation, essential elements for any community striving to evolve. Peck emphasizes that when people are open to the perspectives of others, they can develop deeper appreciation for nuances in life, which fosters empathy and strengthens communal ties. However, embracing diversity requires intentional strategies that promote inclusivity and openness. Communities must actively work to create spaces where every member feels valued and heard regardless of their differences. This involves challenging existing biases and assumptions while being open to dialogue that seeks to understand rather than to judge. Should I keep reading or do you want to? Workshops, discussion forums, and multicultural events can serve as platforms for sharing experiences and building connections among diverse individuals. Furthermore, community leaders should model inclusive behaviors, inviting participation from all members and ensuring that minority voices are amplified and respected. Peck also points out the importance of creating a culture of respect within communities. By recognizing and appreciating the distinct contributions that each member brings, communities can cultivate an atmosphere of belonging. Recognizing diversity is an asset rather than a challenge, encourages collaboration and unity, enhancing group cohesion despite differences. This shift in perspective is vital for moving from superficial interactions to deeper, meaningful relationships, as it enables community members to support one another in their unique journeys. Ultimately, embracing diversity is not merely a matter of tolerance, but an active commitment to understanding the richness that differences bring. Acknowledging this can lead to profound growth, both personally and collectively, transforming the dynamics of the community. The process of opening up to diverse influences, when approached with vulnerability and curiosity, can lead to a more integrated and harmonious collective experience. Each individual's unique qualities contribute to the whole, creating a community that is more adaptable and capable of addressing challenges collaboratively. In this way, diversity becomes a powerful catalyst for resilience, innovation, and meaningful connections with communities, paving the way for a future that values inclusivity and embraces the beauty of differences. And yeah, what did you think about that?
Thanks, Angela, for the super chat. Yeah, helping us pay the StreamYard bill. I don't know what you think. I mean, this is a way of not causing resentment in a community. This is just kind of laying it out so you can really, visualize and let it absorb of how to cause a community that's not going to break down from the inside out because someone's mad because they're not getting heard or something like that. But
I would say there's positive aspects, like we're just looking at this last chapter, there's positive aspects to what he's saying. And then there's some, it's a little murky. Again, we're kind of diving into NBC territory. I'll say this part here, when individuals with differing viewpoints come together, it challenges the status quo. It's very important because people, you don't want to get caught up in an echo chamber, especially when we're talking about activist communities or, we're trying to educate people. Encourages critical thinking and promotes creativity. And again, these are all important things and positive thing. When we're talking about judgments, again, we're kind of diving into like a little moral territory here, to where nobody's wrong, everybody's right,
infighting.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the part. Where is it talking about judgment? Here we go. However, embracing diversity requires intentional strategies that promote inclusivity and openness. Communities must actively work to create spaces where every member feels valued and heard, regardless of their differences. I mean, but again, if we're talking about, if the community's trying to come together to finish a project, then should the contributions of someone who has no experience, like building a fence, we're all trying to build a fence, like should they feel equally valued?
People need to harbor their own value, or not harbor, but manifest their own value and voice. Like some people don't. I don't know.
This involves challenging existing biases and assumptions while being open to dialogue to understand rather than to judge. Yes. Yeah. And also no, though, because we also we do need to use. We must judge each other. Part of discernment, you have to make judgment calls. Is harm being done by someone's actions? If we build this here, is it going to, is it going to cause harm? Is it going to mess with? Like, we have to make judgment calls, and we have. You have to merit people's values. That doesn't mean that, seeking to understand as equal, if not more value, but again, it's sort of this NBC language of no judgment holds any water, because there is no objective measure of anything. We heard this week. What was that? Gosh. Oh, that was Mark Waller. We were looking at another. He's talking about work. Shadow work. Yeah. Being kind of a funny definition of it. This is just another person, Mark Waller. MD? PhD? PhD, not MD. I said that. That was my fault. Yeah. He says that all all judgments are projections. All judgments are projections from our shadow. Yeah. And I don't 100%. I 100% agree. That's part of it, but it can be there. Yeah, it can be, but judgments that are not a projection in it. It's a judgment based off of whether it's a moral or ethical value judgment, or something else based on our experience. Oh, I've been in this situation a certain amount of times, and most of the time this has happened. Therefore, I'm judging. If this situation happens again, I'm going to do it. You know what I mean? Like, there's objective basis behind some judgments, but that's not to say that projection isn't real and that we can be,
Yeah, but it's almost like it's a kind of an odd therapist cop out to tell people, oh, it's because of something that happened in your, and while it's very relevant to have things happen in your childhood that affect your whole life, it's almost like, oh, it happened when you don't remember, don't worry about it anymore, kind of thing. I don't know, just a thought, but judgment, any judgments are definitely not only projections. More often than not, they're not projections, I would say. They're just people who want, it's basically an expression of the greater good of a community. If you see something that's wrong, you need to open up your mouth about it, or else we end up in the shitstorm that we're dealing with now, with a bunch of people who depend on the state to do that. And yeah.
And then here in this paragraph, we're diving into like I don't know what it's called, affirmative action territory. Furthermore, community leaders should model inclusive behaviors, inviting participation from all members, ensuring that minority voices are amplified and respected. So, like, first part, sure, like, should model inclusive behaviors, inviting participation for all members, and ensuring. Yeah, like you cannot ensure equality of outcome. You can ensure, you can promote equality of opportunity, perhaps, if you have the means, but you cannot ensure quality of outcome.
The amplification of the minority voices is quality,
and it's an arbitrary.
What is minority?
It's an arbitrary thing.
Yeah.
It's an arbitrary
assumed minority
signal.
Yeah.
Because we're saying all minority voice. While yes, some may be oppressed, therefore they could use a little extra help to be amplified. Just to like blanket, that's like bureaucratic madness.
That's government bullshit.
Government status shit.
Yeah. You don't get that's like a anti-free market almost. It's like, oh, we're gonna the market's gonna be free and untouched, except this minority. We're gonna give them a little bit of an advantage. It's like once you do that, the whole market, it's not a free market anymore.
But then that's not to say
it's a monopoly.
I understand, like on a smaller scale, like on a smaller community. Sure, let's say the community leaders, or let's say whoever is leading a conversation in a community, may have a more intimate or understand more the people of the community and know, okay, so, Bob over there has really good ideas, but he's really quiet and has a hard time speaking up. And so I'm going to just, like we do on this podcast, right?
Yeah.
Like on an individual smaller scale, sure, like that's a good, you want to do that, and you want to make sure that, the community isn't missing out on someone's good ideas at the very least because they're shy or something or quiet. Like, I see it in that way.
The way he's laying everything out is if there's a hierarchy, which obviously in an anarchist community there would be types of hierarchies, but not like to validate the authority to have the ability to amplify a voice of a certain group requires a state. Thus you get taxation, war, factory farming. Yeah. Well, and he's a statist. He's not an anarchist, so.
Sort of summarizing what he was saying, but minority voices, like as a collective, scary. On an individual basis, sure.
Yeah.
But again, it's like yes and no.
Yeah.
This is like it's touching on some truth, but it's also kind of mixing it.
Well, there's really good truth in here. There's just some goofy shit on the side, which is your life's mission is to differentiate the goofy shit from the good shit.
What do you think about this here? So Peck also points out the importance of creating a culture of respect within communities.
You can't create respect without earning it. So that would be another thing that would be up to the people to create respect between themselves in the community. Kind of a weird statement, but this is this is, he wrote this for corporate America, basically.
Yes.
So we
Yeah,
have
you
to
have
like
that in mind.
keep that in mind, that it's very hierarchical, and you know, you got the manager, and you know, the chain of command, super important, just like the
Right.
military. So a lot of this stuff's going to be funny to hear to an anarchist. So next one, by was that, were you done with?
That was 5, or that was 4. So
Yeah.
now we're on 5.
I'll go. Chapter 5, Overcoming Barriers to Community, Confronting Fear and Resistance. Overcoming barriers to the formation of genuine communities is a critical endeavor described in The Different Drum by M. Scott Peck. The process of building authentic community is often obstructed by deep-seated fears and a profound sense of isolation. These barriers can stem from personal insecurities, past traumas, or societal conditioning that makes individuals hesitant to open themselves up to others. See, this is some good shit.
Mm-hmm.
Fear of vulnerability can create a significant impediment, as individuals may worry about judgment, rejection, or the emotional risks associated with deeper connections. It's if you got nothing to lose, you got nothing to lose. Peck elaborates on how these psychological barriers manifest in social dynamics. People may cling to superficial interactions rather than risk genuine engagement. Ding, 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 leading to an environment where isolation prevails and meaningful relationships remain unformed. Wow, where have we seen this? This underscores a paradox. The more we seek to connect, the more fear can drive us to withdraw. To address these challenges, Peck emphasizes importance of Peck emphasizes importance of confronting fear head on. That means not hiding and blocking. Rather than allowing it to dictate our allegations, he suggests allegations. He suggested that awareness, not beating the allegations, he suggests that awareness of these facts is a step towards overcoming them. By acknowledging the very existence of fear, individuals can begin to dismantle its control over their social lives. Further practical approaches involve fostering an atmosphere of openness and safety where vulnerability is welcomed rather than shunned. Creating spaces, both physical and emotional, where individuals feel secure to express their true selves is crucial for building trust. This can be achieved through structured group activities, group therapies, may I say, VGT Live, open dialogues, or shared experiences. Wow, who does that stuff? That encourage authentic connections. Wow. Darren. Join our cult. Peck advises the trust must be cultivated gradually, as consistent, genuine interactions allow individuals to feel seen and valued. No love bombing. No love bombing, no threatening lives. When empathy and understanding are at the forefront of community interactions, the walls of isolation begin to crumble. Another essential aspect of overcoming barriers is the practice of active listening. By genuinely hearing one another's stories and experiences, community members can foster a sense of belonging and empathy. This engagement not only deepens individuals' connections, but also contributes to the collective fabric of the community. Peck argues that as members become more aware of the community, the shared humanity, fear, Peck argues that as members become more aware of their shared humanity, fear diminishes. This mutual recognition is key to building robust relationships where individuals feel comfortable to share their vulnerabilities. We're getting a little bit more NVC stuff here. Not bad aspects of NVC, like it's true. You know, the more you become aware of how human your neighbors are, you know, you don't scare them as much. The state media tells us to be scared of our our neighbors so they can tax us to death for keeping, being there in case our neighbors want to kill us or something. Like that's how they keep the fear going, and that's how they keep the state relevant. No people if people had no problem with anyone in their neighborhood, they're going to be less apt to give a bunch of money to the cops to keep their neighborhood safe. If they have, a tight community.
Mediators and
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just imagine if there are resources, people in the community who knew the individuals of the community better and are able to
The most
respond
level
to
heads
some
of the
scene.
community. Yeah.
Versus having to call the cops. But high chance of someone might, being shot. It may not even be the right person to be shot. The right quote unquote, if that's assuming someone deserves to be shot in a situation. Yeah.
We've talked about this a lot over the years about how a tight community can deal with problems quite a lot better than the state can in many, 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 many ways. Organically, almost like it's like the free market, natural law in action, how the community will come up with the right solution for a problem if left without government interaction. They'll find the correct consequence or solution to that problem. I've told the story many times on my show about how when I lived in Nicaragua, crazy guy who's always running through town, screaming bloody murder, Tourette's, probably who knows what mental health problems, was having a bad day, and he came into the local bodega market where all the ladies were cooking, and he was screaming and yelling, and all the ladies jumped up out of their chairs and started dancing with him. And 2 minutes later, he's got the biggest smile on his face. They're like doing the Polpa de Mayo on him, which is where the twerking came from, Central American dance, the Polpa de Mayo. And this dude, after walking into the market, having a bad day, left having a great day. And it happened in front of me in like 2 minutes. And I was just like, if that happened in the US, the cops would have come and shot him.
Yeah. Poor guy. Yeah.
But that community is tight. That was one of their brothers who they've known their whole life to have this problem, and they knew how to deal with him. They didn't even miss out on 5 minutes of work, and they made this guy's day, and it was hilarious. I don't know. I was just kind of blown away by it, but I don't know how I got into that, but this
kind of connects. With this, I just looked up the statement here. Peck argues that as members become more aware of their shared community, fear diminishes. This mutual recognition is key to building robust relationships where individuals feel comfortable to share their vulnerabilities. So, even going back to your experience, the members of that community in Nicaragua seeing that as, oh, hey, this is just a human.
It's just Bob.
He gets a little crazy.
Bob's having a bad day.
Just a dance versus just people living in fear.
Yeah.
Fear
of the crazy people.
We need a solution. Oh, what is the solution presented to us? The state. We must call the cops to take care of this.
And like here, it's like, oh, look at this crazy person. Look at this man who lost his mind. What a piece of shit. Like. Where he probably knew that was the place to go to, the dancing or the crazy guy in Nicaragua. Like he probably knew he could go say hi to them and they'll
cheer him up.
And it's just like the community in action dealing with problems that somehow first like somehow in an impoverished country they figured it out, but we have no idea here. It's first world country. Can't figure these problems out. Allie and I were just in downtown LA, and the homeless problem is overwhelming. We both grew up in LA pretty much, and it's worse than it's ever been, and it's shocking. And the fact that politicians have billions and billions of dollars, California, to do something about that, and in our lifetimes and in the last 100 years, they haven't been able to figure something out. It's just mind-boggling. So this mutual connection, this mutual recognition is key to building robust relationships where individuals feel comfortable to share their vulnerabilities. Moreover, resistance can also stem from preconceived notions about community or previous negative experiences. And those would be, and that's a problem in a community. You know, that's unlearning bullshit, brainwashing, and dealing with your own reactions to normal things, dealing with your own inner demons or your shadow, and not reacting in a bad way to something that might, you know, you might have had. It's like an anecdote, a bad anecdote. Like you had a bad experience, maybe a million other people don't. So
and you
know,
just replay that pattern of some conflict
reading the
comes up,
room and using discernment. Yeah.
Conflict comes up, and in your head you're like, okay, this is what's going to happen. This, you know, this is how
we can't do this.
You get stuck, you know,
Yeah.
negative cycles. But yeah, breaking negative cycles
and facing your shadow when you get triggered by hearing about those situations. Moreover, resistance can also stem from preconceived notions about community or previous negative experiences. Peck encourages individuals to reflect on these beliefs and challenge them. Shadow work. Boom. By actively choosing to engage in community life and addressing personal biases. Personal biases, religious, political bullshit that's been shoved into your ears by the powers that be your whole life, not true beliefs that you believe is the truth on the inside, but reactions that have been brainwashed into you, negative reactions that only feed these powers that be's agenda. They want you thinking a certain way, so they're going to use millions of dollars and generations and all the media to convince you to get triggered by hearing this idea, or seeing this situation, and you get triggered by it and you don't know why. You know, we always talk about, you should always question whenever you get triggered and be like, is this really me, or is this something I just learned from my environment?
What we were talking about is the judgment a projection?
Yes.
Or is it actually
exactly.
based in truth or some principle or something, you know?
Yes. By actively choosing to engage in community life and addressing personal biases, one can actively reshape their perspectives, allowing a richer and more fulfilling communal experience to unfold. Transforming fear into hope requires commitment and practice, but as individuals let go of past grievances and open themselves to new experiences, they can rediscover the power of connection. In essence, overcoming barriers to community involves confronting internal fears. Hold on 1 second. Oh, who dat?
Hi, guy.
Link is up if anyone wants to come up and help read or comment. In essence, overcoming barriers to community involves confronting internal fears, nurturing vulnerability, and actively engaging with others in a supportive environment. By learning to trust, communicate openly, and embrace diversity, individuals can break free from isolation, experience the transformative power of authentic community. Peck's insight provided a roadmap for navigating these emotional landscapes, laying the groundwork for a journey towards true connection and belonging, ultimately fostering communities that support personal and collective growth. Your turn.
My turn?
Take a sip real quick. Take a sip real quick. What's up, Lafayette, Indiana in the house? What's up? Smash that like and subscribe button, y'all. Pew, pew, pew. You better smash it.
Whoa. All right, so chapter 6, the path to true community. Principles and principles and practices for lasting bonds. In The Different Drum, M. Scott Peck outlines essential principles and practices for nurturing and sustaining authentic communities, besides intentionality and commitment are crucial to community building. A fundamental principle is that genuine community thrives on shared values and mutual respect, which can be cultivated through open dialogue and active participation. Individuals are encouraged to engage not only on superficial levels, but to delve deeper into their interactions, fostering relationships that go beyond mere convenience.
Wow.
Peck suggests that creating environments conducive to community development demands intentional effort from each member. This involves providing spaces, both physical and emotional, where individuals feel safe to express themselves authentically. Did we read this already? Opportunities for collaboration and shared experiences can enhance bonds within the community. Activities that revolve around common interests, challenges, and goals can cultivate a sense of belonging and interdependence among members. Another essential practice Peck highlights is the importance of ongoing communication. Communities thrive when there is a culture of transparency and openness.
Oh, you mean not blocking and hiding?
I have
Block,
them
hide, and ignore? I have them blocked. Oh, pull it up.
That's what I was trying to do earlier.
I have them blocked.
I'm gonna read it again. Another essential practice Peck highlights is the importance of ongoing communication. Communities thrive when there is a culture of transparency and openness. This means encouraging members to articulate their thoughts, feelings, and grievances without fear of judgment. Regularly scheduled gatherings, whether formal meetings or casual get-togethers, can help facilitate these conversations and serve as a platform for collective problem solving. Therapy. Yeah.
If we continue to be condescending as fuck, none of them are gonna watch it.
It's not even condescending. It's
I know.
just-
Boom.
Oh, it's at the end. Okay,
No.
It
It
keeps
keeps going.
scaring me then.
Yeah.
It's off right there. Okay. Additionally, Peck underscores the significance of accountability within a community. Members should feel a shared responsibility for maintaining the health and integrity of the community. This includes addressing conflicts constructively rather than allowing resentment to fester. By establishing conflict resolution processes that promote understanding and empathy, communities can reinforce bonds.
I think.
Damn it. But you get it.
Oh, this is fun.
No idea.
Conclusion: the transformative power of community in our lives. No, people probably wouldn't hear it more.
Good. Okay. Chapter 7.
She said,
I don't have this up to it. Okay. Conclusion: the transformative power of community in our lives. In conclusion, M. Scott Peck's The Different Drum offers profound insights into the nature of community and its essential role in our lives.
oh boy.
Hello.
Whoa.
Howdy.
Hello.
You're
Do you-
alive, sir.
Do you come in peace?
I come in peace. I'm here to
Whoa.
help read.
Ooh, oh, great.
Cool.
Awesome.
Maybe you could do the last one then.
Sounds
Yeah, can you
good.
read from,
Can you read
from
that?
on the screen there?
I can blow it up maybe.
Uh,
Oh, that's different.
Look at this floating in the text.
There we go.
I'm is
No
there?
pressure.
I'm just making sure that I understand the screen here. Okay, so
Chapter 7.
so
Don't
just
be a
read.
Luddite.
Well, I've never StreamYarded.
Whoa.
Yeah, just read and I'll scroll down as you get down to the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Transformative power of community in our lives. In conclusion, M. Scott Peck's The Different Drum offers profound insights into the nature of community and its essential role in our lives. The book emphasizes that authentic community serves as a powerful catalyst for personal growth, emotional well-being, and social connection. Peck carefully delineates the stages of community development, highlighting that this journey often begins in chaos and conflict that can lead to a deeper, more unified existence. He posits that love is at the core of genuine community, distinguishing between real love and superficial affection, which significantly impacts the strength and dynamic of relationships within a community. Additionally, Peck points out the vital importance of diversity, asserting that embracing our differences enriches the communal experience and fosters resilience. The acknowledgement of different perspectives not only facilitates understanding but also inspires growth within individuals and the community as a whole. However, to cultivate such vibrant connections, it is essential to confront barriers such as fear and isolation. Peck encourages vulnerability and trust as crucial components in dismantling these obstacles, enabling people to engage deeply with one another. As readers reflect on the principles and practices laid out in the book, they are invited to actively participate in nurturing their communities, fostering environments where relationships can flourish. Ultimately, Peck's message resonates with the transformative powers of community, illustrating that when we embrace our shared humanity and work together toward common goals, we can create connections that lead to profound personal and societal change. The journey toward building and sustaining meaningful relationships is ongoing, but as Peck suggests, it is a journey worth undertaking, a quest that enriches both individuals and the larger community.
I wonder if the next question would be: can a community can a successful community exist on the internet?
Like digitally.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a big question. Because IRL definitely is changes things.
I would say the only hope for that would be a platform like this, to where it's not face-to-face IRL, but there is a face-to-face component, or at least like audio talking, not just text. Because I think that's
Yeah,
maybe a lot gets
yeah.
lost there, just like even just like bonding.
Just showing your face and talking normally and not typing. It's like that's human interaction that is ingrained in our heads that we thrive from.
So,
And you know,
I
huh?
would intuitively agree, but what is it exactly that you think creates the barrier there? Like, what would make it so that it would be harder to build a community
On the internet,
on the internet? Yeah.
well, outside of pure just physical interaction.
Yeah, I guess so. Or what is it that makes the physical interaction so important?
Well, we have the problem here where all like my trolls, I'll get them up here and they'll just be nice because they're face to face, and it's like that's that first section of this. What we're talking about is this pseudo nice, where it's like, no, we're not buddies, like
Well, I
we're
think
here to debate.
It's the barrier of communication. I think that's what it comes down to. Like there is like where certain people can get by just like typing, and whether it's through just like texting or whatever, communicating. But there is a lack of possible maybe like conflict resolution or bonding, or like it's just there's something that maybe gets lost. I don't think it's impossible just to build digital communities.
Yeah.
I think it depends on the individuals participating in those communities, and I think maybe a digital community might people just don't have that experience expressing themselves and interacting with people digitally or like through text, that they won't be able to participate as much as certain people. But I think it depends. But
yeah, that's why it's a question, because I don't really know.
Right.
Like, and I mean, but at the same time, from our experience in the last couple of years, we're kind of seeing this community we're a part of that's online go through this stuff, and like we're kind of trudging through it a little bit, and like, whether or not the show's been a catalyst or a chaos agent, we definitely got things shook up and got maybe us into one of these next steps. Because there's just everyone in this community that they just all kiss each other's ass all the time. That's all they do. That's all they fucking do.
There's been conflicts within the community.
Yeah.
But they were just kind of quietly swept. The community building didn't progress to the next stage. It was just kind of forgotten about, and members remove themselves from the community.
It's the hiding thing. Nothing's ever going to progress if you don't take the next step. And running and hiding and avoiding conflict, it doesn't end well for anyone, really.
Right.
Why doesn't your like button work?
I don't know.
That's pretty strange.
I'll hit it and nothing happens. Like, it's been going on for a while.
Yo.
Darren,
What up?
you look like a gangster. You look like an American
Rockstar
narcissist.
Are you mixing stuff?
Yeah.
Mixing
Say
stuff.
that.
Are you a hardcore kid now?
Yep. I mix hardcore stuff with hip hop stuff and metal stuff.
Shit.
Nice.
And some kung fu stuff.
Yeah. I just got
That's
back
good.
from class, so that's
Sick.
why I'm a little late. So what you guys up to?
We just read like a kind of a cliff notes on the different drum and Scott Peck talking about the pseudo community and everything, and it just reads exactly what we've lived this last couple years.
Very relevant.
Very, very, very fucking relevant. There is some bullshit in it, like the Kabbalion. Like, again, there is a little bit of woo-woo new age bullshit in it, but it's very obvious to at least me. And like we understand where the guy comes from with it, and he's like a corporate motivation guy, so it's like he would go into these giant rooms and get everyone motivated or something and talk to like individually about problems, conflict resolution within the corporate community. And he saw these patterns and wrote a book about it, about how, like everyone, when a business starts, everyone's like, whoa, we're gonna take over the world. And then like reality sets in and everyone fights because everybody's too many captains on the ship. It's just, it's everything that we've seen with the network and the truth community and the natural law community.
Psychology.
Yeah.
It's repeatable. It's just not written for people trying to organize anarchist societies built on like mutual aid to like subvert the state. So it's like,
status rhetoric,
Yeah.
But there's gold in it also.
Yeah. And patterns are patterns, and
Yeah.
you kind of nailed down.
He has a lot of insights.
Yes, yeah. A lot of exposure and case studies, kind of.
Yeah.
I've been giving it a thought as far as like, how anarchy works, and that video you shared of Mark's interview when he was saying freedom is for the good. What do you do when most people aren't interested in being free or good?
Or good, yeah.
Can you force it on them? I don't think you can.
I mean, normally I would say, well, the American Revolution was successful with only 10% of people agreeing to it, but that's status bullshit, and they used force. Right. And they killed people, which isn't the right way of doing it.
And it was a temporary, temporary thing, right? So, in other words, like when you take medicine when you're sick, or it seems like government is an attempt at a remedy for the problem of evil.
For sure.
And a replacement for the community that we're talking about trying to build.
So that's why it's like you gotta, it's better to set the stage, which takes longer and it's harder, but set the stage for people to be ready to let go of the attachment to this proxy parental figure of government. The violent revolutions, people think they're gonna like pull off a Band-Aid. It's not the case, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
once you show people, hey, these are the patterns that occur, it's easier to spot the pattern, right? And then once you're aware, that's the being able to
Yep.
anyone individually or collectively being able to change anything, at least being able to like see what the fuck is happening.
Right. Even if someone like had freedom, experienced freedom, unless they are able to understand how they got it and articulate
And
it
how
to
to
others,
retain it. Yeah.
yeah, then it's kind of just a
Temporary.
fluke, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not going to be repeatable. So I think the education,
Yeah.
is very important.
Becoming
We're
ungovernable.
doing here.
Becoming ungovernable. So people actually
Mhm.
know what to do if we wake up without a government. What do you think, Guy? You said you wanted to talk to me about this.
Well, I don't know if that's the exact. Is this just any subject or?
Yeah,
I mean,
we're just bullshitting it. Well, we're kind of
Yeah.
talking about like it's kind of
Community
on subject
and-
still.
Well, yeah, and we're
Okay.
kind of
Community is
touching on
government,
government
on
and
a different level.
Right. I mean, my broadest question would be, because I've kind of been thinking about how to approach it, but I think it would be kind of like if you were to wake up tomorrow and it was your ideal nation, like what would that look like?
So a lot of people think that, oh, if government was gone tomorrow, it would be like the Wild West. Everybody would be fighting in the streets and all this garbage. But if you woke up tomorrow and you didn't have to pay 50% of your wages to a federal government, wouldn't you be like super stoked to go to work and keep things going for the greater good of the world? I think most people would still go to work. It wouldn't be like expecting a smooth transition is ridiculous, obviously. But I think most people would continue doing what they're doing. I mean, we're in a government shutdown right now.
question though is what your ideal is.
Oh, what the ideal?
Tomorrow,
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, like what would be your?
Well, you would have a choice to opt yourself out of government stuff.
Oh,
That's it. That's all anarchy is.
right.
There
What
still
about
will
in
be
your-
rules, huh?
What if in your ideal though would there even be a government opt out of though? You know?
Well, the
Because
ideal
like
would be okay. So
chaos.
without describing how, without describing how it would look like on a map, I have kind of a hard way of doing it. But so all of our cities that we have now would stay the same. They would just the free market, privatized free market would start coming up with solutions for firefighting, personal security, community roads. There was a guy who came up here and debated me about roads, and I was like, bro, toll roads are kind of the greatest invention in the world for keeping
I watched
places
that.
safe. Yeah. I had a bunch of people hit me up that were like, "Ooh, when you said toll roads, I got so mad." But 20 seconds later, I was like, "Holy shit, that's fucking right!" Like, there's so many ways to make our cities safer using the free market. Well, I can't even give you an example of what the free market's going to bring because I have no
Right.
idea, and it could be anything. But insurance-based communities where in order to get into that town you have to prove with your reputation online that you're a good person, and you have to buy insurance that teaches that when you look at the contract, it tells you, hey, if you want to be in this community, you can't do these things, and if you violate these things, your insurance company will pay the restitution for these things. Your insurance will go up. You might be kicked out of this community. So you'd have, instead of right now where whatever the guys in DC come up with, we have to just deal with it. We have no choice. We have the different flavors of cities, just like they are now. San Francisco is a different place than Dallas, Texas. Florida is a different place than New York. California is a different place than Oregon. You have different cities that have different flavors of what the people like in those cities. So that wouldn't change. The only
Right.
thing that would change is that these communities would kind of become little countries in a way, that where the free market solutions for governments, things, like all the things government gives us, all the free market solutions are competing against each other, thus forcing the prices down and the quality up, which is the opposite when you have government monopolies, which force the quality down and the price up, how we have it now. It's kind of hard to completely explain how the country would look like, but it wouldn't become the Wild West. It would advance greatly. Imagine, the unemployment, the biggest government is the biggest reason unemployment numbers are as high as they are. All of a sudden, if everybody's allowed to start a business out of their fucking garage, people that are willing to work for $10 an hour when minimum wage was 15, like, what's wrong with someone agreeing on someone offering a wage and someone agreeing to it and having a job, instead of that wage being illegal and that guy not having a job? Like, everything we're doing now is backwards. And basically the communities would become these really cool, free market insurance based communities. And if you fuck up your reputation or invalidate yourself from getting insurance, you're going to have to kind of go live out in the areas that aren't so nice,
Right.
Maybe it's plenty nice out there in the in between lands, but you can't live in those cities where the economies are probably really fucking good, or you don't even need to be there because cities are kind of fucking retarded. Hopefully,
that's the
if
thing,
anarchy
like,
if
I have a
anarchy
problem
came
with-
around, the cities would hopefully kind of disband after a time, because cities only exist for efficient taxation. They don't exist for the convenience
Right.
of the people at all. It's so
You
the
notice
state can
how,
take
like,
all
there
your
is
money.
nowhere where poor people can actually live. Like, if you wanted to work a minimum wage job and save money, you can't do that. But in an anarchist society, you can live on the outskirts, pitch a tent, make a
Yeah.
Right.
shanty shack, and you can save your money and actually get something, dude. Like people used to do. They used to, like, sleep under a tent, then they'd save their money and, like, build a cabin.
Well, money, even in anarchy land, money is going to be so different. Like,
Right.
and like the insurance to get into these communities is going to be a fucking $1 a month, because most likely, not 9,000 out of one time, this isn't a murderer that you're letting into the community. So these, the reason we have high insurance is because everybody's fucking up on it. Like, if you have this community where everyone there is legit, everyone has a tight community, no one's fucking fighting with each other, trying to kill each other, driving drunk, doing crazy, dumb, irresponsible things, being an immoral piece of shit. These people aren't going to be in these cities. They're going to be out in the other place, which I call the Badlands, but it's not even going to be Badlands. It's not in a community that doesn't want it. Because a lot of anarchist guys,
imagine, like,
a lot of anarchists think anarchy is
Right.
I get to do anything, but that's not anarchy. Anarchy
No.
is very different.
Yeah, but
there's
anybody
no
gets to
rulers.
kill you when you violate their rights, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. But like money in these, like in communities with decentralized currencies, like the buying power of the money is going to be far higher, because it doesn't have government sucking off, of it, destroying any balance to any kind of economics going on. So you're going to be having where you might work 2 months out of the year and have enough money to take the rest of the time. We're supposed to be fucking partying. We're not supposed to be working our fucking asses off. So, like,
work is made
and there's
up.
enough resources. The Mother Earth gives us enough to get by. So it's like, there's enough resources. We don't need to be working like we do, and it's immoral to be working how we do.
Imagine a society that's not just economically different in this way that we're talking about, but it's so culturally different. And
Yeah.
let's say, because if we're talking about ideal, right, a healed society where children are being raised better and people are having better relationships
For
and are
generations.
not having to kind of go into escapism through like materialism, right? And all these stand-ins that are given by the government or whatever powers that be. So it's like, it's hard to even say, like, you can
What's it
kind of
gonna look like?
begin to say what it would look like, but it's just like our foundational, like what we think we fundamentally need, or like how we think we fundamentally need to like solve the problems of like the resources that we all need. Like it would look, I think, way different. I think there would be insurance societies in like whatever cities or towns, but then even some of like the Wild West towns, they'll have their own organic solutions for regulating and dealing with bad actors and immoral people outside of the insurance system. Even, you know what I mean? Like
like if the rule is don't go on someone's property, you get shot. You don't go on someone's fucking property because that's the community agrees that that's the local rule. So you know,
wouldn't you think inevitably some cities or communities or states or however you would want to look at it, some communities would inevitably form government? Yes. Like, I mean, if they just came together as
anarchy doesn't mean no government.
Right.
It means no rulers, no slaves,
no mandatory government.
So
mandatory.
Taxes.
That's what I was saying earlier about the opt out, the ability to opt out.
Like you want to go live in the Badlands,
community. If you want to live in a community with a government, you can go do it. If you want to live in a community, a super liberal community, there will be super liberal communities. There will be communist communities.
Right.
There will be socialist communities, but you'll have the ability to leave them if you want.
Right.
That's what we don't have now.
It's not capitalism versus communism. People who want to form voluntary communes and
can do that under anarchy.
I mean, really,
right.
having that without having that, control and that monopoly, because government's really just. I mean, we're kind of living. Anarchy just is the natural state of things, and government is like the armed, like the armed force that we're all worried about that's going to take over in anarchy. It's just the way the system is now and how society is and culture progress, but that those causal ingredients being different would we could the scope of what societies would look like would be much
very different.
Imagine how they are now. But like you said, like absolutely, there's people who want to just live in a safe place and they don't care. I've got nothing to hide. They can
cameras everywhere. You know, yeah.
And if they want to live that template of a life,
they can do it.
People can voluntarily, do anything.
But I don't want that.
Yeah.
So how come I'm not heard? Because I didn't vote, right?
Right.
Like, give me a fucking break, Like the two guys you gave me don't even represent anything that I want.
What is the way today? Isn't there a way like through religious exemption or something to essentially opt out? Like, is there any option?
Well,
for
there's
that?
the sovereign citizen movement. That's a kind of a joke.
Well, no, are you talking about like tax-free, like exemptions?
I guess it would be specifically tax-free, but you can't opt out of laws.
No.
But like
there's some like drug laws they've been able to do, like there's like exemptions for like
religious stuff,
ceremonies and stuff.
But it's all like you got to pay all this money to do it.
And then get the shoddies. Those the religious exemptions for those, like I mean, it used to be. I don't know if that
they don't do it anymore.
Put your kids in public school without getting those, but yeah, it's like again, you're bargaining with the biggest mafia that there is, essentially. Which kind of just is what it is. And there's loopholes that can be found and established, and
but they're still holding a gun to your head.
You're asking your violent robber to kindly give you some of
a little bit back. Of your a little bit of your rights back. While they manipulate the market to work against you any chance they get, and they keep us living in a desperate state of almost out of money.
Don't they also have rules about like religious communities and tax exempt things that they can't like make political speeches?
Okay, so churches And anyone who takes any group that takes money from the government can't be political openly. So any church
Right.
that takes tax exemption, Dr. Peter Rogers, homie who we had on the show, he brought it up in one of his videos. He was like, back in the day, like Gulf, when before the wars, and like they, like, because I remember, who was it? Stefan Molyneux did this video where he was like, these fucking pastors, they started bombing the fucking Middle East, and these guys said nothing about it, and he was really pissed. And it was a dope video. It was like a really dope video. And turns out Peter Rogers is like, oh, if you take tax exemption as a church, you're not allowed to have political opinions in public.
Sell your soul for a tax exemption.
Fucking tax exemption for your fucking church. Unreal. Millions of dead people in the Middle East, and these fuckers could have swayed the nation, and they didn't, over a tax exemption. And they're supposed to be the holiest, most caring, most compassionate.
Sitting at the tables, they should be flipping.
Yeah, like crazy. Yeah, natural luck, Hartman. Oh, is that the beanie? Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
The Punisher. Pissed off Cartman.
Yeah.
So what else, Guy? What other questions you got?
Okay, so hypothetically, this transition could not happen suddenly, right? Like, because we're talking about
we haven't had a government for a month or something.
Well, okay, but the federal
how would it be any different?
Kinda,
what if they never came back? What if the government never came back? It would have happened.
They still have control.
Fine. It's not chaos.
They still have control over the military right now, though.
Yeah, so the military is full of our brothers and sisters who believe in the greater good of humanity. There are a lot of psychos, obviously, but they're in the minority. This idea that somehow the government's going to become used against us, I think, is the military is going to be used against us, is absolutely ridiculous.
No, I'm not really worried about that.
Yeah, but yeah, the government would come home from all the bullshit wars we're in, because they wouldn't be funded anymore. They'd have to back out,
find a new job, right?
And find new jobs, and probably make America great again. Like we'd have far less crazy people committing suicide.
But yeah, like it wouldn't happen overnight, right? Like it would take time for the whatever solutions, the organic solutions to form. Like it would take them,
Thank you, Rachel.
Woo, thank you.
Helping keep the StreamYard going.
Because I was just thinking, like, as far as like national security, there would have to be some sort of replacement networking system. So everything would have to stay running and stay maintained and funded, essentially, but without tax dollars.
So these communities that would pop up, they would have private security firms would come to fruition to they wouldn't be like you'd have private security firms for police, and then you'd have their part of your insurance money that you pay to be in that community will go towards funding the border security, and militia, and then these cities can combine with other cities to defend maybe a larger border. And the thing is that outside of government, war is psychotically fucking expensive, and rarely you get paid back, for doing anything, and so like just the economics of it in a free market, it wouldn't make sense. No one would want to do it because it's too destructive and it's too expensive.
What if every soldier had to buy their own rifle?
Yeah.
A lot of people wouldn't be able to join the military because they can't afford like all their gear right there.
Yeah, like
and wars don't really happen
worth of shit
in the absence of government either.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing too. Like the need for defense, so much of it, we need it. We need
a military to defend us from militaries.
Yeah, that we basically we bombed people in the Middle East 50 years ago. Their their kids, the kids of the people that got bombed 50 years ago we started a war with those guys because they were mad at us. And then now we bombed those guys in the 90s, and now their kids, we're dealing with them now. So it's like blowback.
The U.S., the government has dissolved. All the people, all of the bases we've pulled out of, all of our how many hundreds of bases that are all around the world. Yeah. But just the need for defense, like I think a lot of the infrastructure,
reasonable defense.
Border defense.
You know how to say the base?
It wouldn't be needed. We don't need as much as we have. We don't need to be off in other countries. We could, like, with a third of the military we have now, this isn't even. It wouldn't even be looked at like that in anarchy land. There wouldn't be a big monolithic military that flies around the world and bombs on people, because the people would never pay for it unless they've been brainwashed like we've been brainwashed. So it's all about education. It's all about making yourself ungovernable in a community that's ungovernable, an ungovernable community that the second someone comes along and is like, hey, we're like, fuck you, nah, it's not going to happen. I'm not going to let it get as bad as it got, especially. But yeah, so the private security thing, and these are just hypotheticals that I'm coming up with. I don't even know what would happen if the real free market was going to figure this out. I mean, they got drones. You look at what's going on in Ukraine, man. Like, there's crazy ways of just like scaring places into submission to where like no one even fights anymore because everyone's shit's too scary. Like we've never really been like that. We've always been. The U.S. has always been the biggest one, or at least in the past 80, years or something. And so it's been like attrition. What if everyone has the same type of defense and it's horrifying as shit? And we're all a more moral community. The whole humanity is more moral. And in these communities, with the better economies and with the better money, people aren't going to be in this desperate, I need to go rob, kill, start wars, to get more money, like this, things would be different. Like the whole scenario is going to be different.
Be able to survive without money.
Yeah.
Like if I agree to do some work for you in exchange for some clothes and a tent, like
right.
Money is kind of like
bartering still exists.
The banking system as it is enabling all this stuff. I mean, our credit cards as a nation are maxed out. Like there's more money than exists. Like anything to back it up. It's all a fraud. I mean, it's just IOU slips on paper and on digital ledgers. But when you guys said stuff about the bases, I just remembered that Al Qaeda in Arabic means the base, and yeah, it's a little bit deep state.
Crip? Shout out to Crip for Ron Paul.
What'd it do?
Crip in the house. Yeah. So. Yeah. So.
I mean, I'm just thinking
whatever would come about would be a lot better than how they do it now, most likely. Because again, you have people. The people control the corporations through voting with their dollars. Who they spend their money on. We don't have that now. We have government monopolies that do fuck all with our tax dollars. Where in an anarchist community. For instance, a lot of people ask me, oh, what if a ketchup company makes poisonous ketchup, right? And it poisons a bunch of people. Without government, they're just going to keep poisoning people, right? No. Ketchup companies, there's 3 ketchup companies. The 2 other ketchup companies are going to be known for not having poisonous fucking ketchup. The one ketchup company has a board of owners that want to make a profit still, so they're going to be regulating their shit because they want to continue their business. If you know any of these fucking Fortune 500 guys or these guys that have really successful business, they want their shit to last 500 years. They don't want to go out of business because of a fucking accident. But in our society, we've been taught, oh, companies will just fucking fuck off and kill everyone if they get a chance, you know. It's like, no. Well, look at the fucking how many plane crashes have happened under the government supervision when, you know, these companies don't want a plane company doesn't want to crash. They got to pay a shit load of money, millions and millions of dollars to every person and every family for who they killed. You know, like they don't want those things to happen. Therefore, if they're holding their own shit accountable versus, oh, just letting some fucking feds deal with it that don't even do it right, then there's a crash. Oh, send the feds in to find out what happened, because finding out what happened is the most important thing. Just like, you know, revenge is the most important thing when it comes to, you know, like criminals and stuff. It's just, oh, getting back at them so they don't do it again. You know, it's just this childish mentality that our whole entire system is set up on.
Right. I wouldn't be worried about like the like cartoonishly evil companies like trying to kill everyone. I think it's more just the undeniable fact that a business or a company's incentive is to maximize profit. And so like
Yeah,
that
and
allows
in a community where the people vote with their dollars, that to make the most amount of money, they have to compete with other companies and offer the best product. So it balances out where they're having to spend good money on the product, so it's a good product, so the people buy it. And if they
I
do
think
a
the stock market is a bad idea, and shareholders
fuck yeah. But when it's
but that would
there's
naturally
no
happen
reason
too.
for a stock market or fucking mortgage
not
company.
not
I think there-
necessary. Not
maybe on a
necessarily.
maybe on a smaller basis, but there would be natural investment and like shareholder
That's blockchain.
structures.
That's blockchain shit, though. Stock, like the Wall Street is human
Well, there can be
manipulated. The
lenders.
blockchain is blockchain. You know, it's decentralized. The stock market's not decentralized. It's centralized. It's fucking a bunch of crazy rich assholes
Sure.
that have control of it. And ultimately, the blockchain, at the end of the day, it's a bunch of whales that control it. But it's definitely better for the people to not have these centralized governing agencies and centralized currencies that get devalued 100% over 50 years. And now we're paying fucking, you know, my 85 Toyota, my 85 GMC pickup's worth like fucking $15,000 for some reason. And you know, any shitty car that used to be $400 on Craigslist is now $3,000. It's absolutely insane what they're doing with our money. They're devaluing our labor. Our labor to them is worth fuck all. So they keep taking our buying power out of our money, thus devaluing our labor. So it's like, bro, like there was this machine I saw once. It was like minimum wage. You look into this thing and you're winding this thing and it shows you a penny every once in a while. It shows you a penny. And it's all you're making minimum wage right now, and you're sitting there winding this thing and it's all fake penny.
Did you know what they used to do?
Bad.
They used to have people turn the screw, and it was like a paddle in a box of sand, and they're turning a crank, and it does absolutely nothing. They have to do it. It used to be a punishment, like in jail.
Oh god,
that's where we get to turn the screw.
That's like a psychological.
Yeah, like
yikes.
you're doing like the Wheel of Pain, you know.
Yeah,
Conan, you know?
Or like the Chinese water test, or the water torture, where they drop water on you every 10 minutes or something, and like.
Was it
you just go crazy from not sleeping?
With a pickaxe, even though nobody's gonna use the rocks for anything.
Well, yeah, that's the prison thing. Used to be breaking rocks, which is just like making these like really strong criminals.
I know.
It never made sense to me why they let them do so much shit and have like workout shit.
Yeah, yeah.
You're just releasing super criminals that just went to criminal college.
Penitentiaries should be like, if you're gonna have one, they should be mostly well, that, but like their downtime, like their housing should be one individual. They should not house with anybody. They should be able.
Yeah, so they
I
can't
don't
learn
like
from each
these
other.
These guys have like issues, right? Like with antisocial behaviors, maybe some
Yeah.
trauma, trust issues. They should not be like if they lock into their own cell, but then they can go out for meals, go out for work, therapy, educational stuff. Like then it's literally just a room and board, dude, where you do some work.
And
Like they
yeah, it
could
would probably
actually learn
cost a lot
skills.
less too.
But we put them together and they just get into gang fights.
Yeah.
It would pay
And
for itself.
They get
probably,
into
but
gang
now
fights and they turn into super criminals. They teach each other to be super criminals. And again, like that's how ridiculous it is now. And in anarchy land, there wouldn't be this desperation, this life or death desperation isn't there because we're not being fucked by some, big daddy taking all our fucking labor away. Like it wouldn't be this like, oh, I got to go out and rob people to pay my rent. Like it would be completely different. We still will have bad actors. But those bad actors will get dealt with very quickly and very efficiently. And that's not how things are now. The criminals just get put in, like we're saying, they get put into prison camp, to criminal camp, where they come out super criminals, which makes no sense unless you're the government and you live off of chaos. You exist and are relevant because of chaos happening in your streets. The fires in California, they're a massive part of political stuff in California. They leave all these mountains. They don't do anything to them because they want them to burn down every while. So everyone's like, oh, I'm glad my tax dollars are going to something, like they have to do this shit to us or else eventually we'll turn on them. They have to fucking keep the propaganda shit going. It's wild shit. Where's your Dia dos Muertos presentation, Darren? Did you forget?
It was too half baked.
Half baked at that time.
No, okay. So basically, like,
I think Guy died.
So a lot of this. What was it?
Nothing. Sorry.
Oh, no. A lot of our thing with government and crime, a lot of these problems are a matter of perspective, right? So like ignorance leads to evil behaviors, ignorance of who they are, right? Because if not only are the deeds bad, they're not necessary. The things that we call crimes or violations of natural law, these things are based on an idea of that they're lacking something. So if you think you need money, maybe you're going to commit a crime like a robbery or something like that. Theft is, usually, dude.
Materialism.
Materialism, greed, right?
Yeah.
So like all of the vices that lead to the actions are ignorance of reality and your true nature, right? So it's hard. It's a hard point to get across to people, but when you think of geopolitics and the thing in roads, infrastructure, the existence of the internet, which is fine, but we think that we need these things, but what you think you need and what you actually need are two different things.
Bro. It's pretty whack, bro. It's pretty whack, bro.
Here's the problem. There's no limit to the amount of ignorant, nonsensical things we can get into.
Yeah.
And justified.
But there is a limit to things that make sense. Right? So when the delusions don't really have any like independent, distinct ontological existence, you start with a premise: who's going to take care of the roads? Well, now you're just assuming roads have to exist. They don't. They were made up by people. They exist in the mind. It's not a necessity, but you start with these. You start with these. These
You're gonna trigger
and
guy. He's a road
you try
worker.
to. No, it's fine. I mean, roads.
What do you mean roads don't need to exist?
It's whatever. But like, first you start with roads. Who's going? You fuck with the wrong one, boy. No, but you got the roads, and then who's going to maintain the roads? Now, how do we get this money for the roads? Now, how do we force people? It's building on itself, but it's all just a concept, dude. That's the thing. Like, government is a concept. Nobody has to vote on like whether water evaporates or not. Nobody has to vote on, like, do materials combust when exposed to the right conditions.
We're gonna find out that you fuck with the wrong
So
one,
when
boy!
stuff that we're doing as a species, if what we're doing is not working, maybe we don't need to govern harder, but maybe we need to do less and actually study how nature works and how the principles underlying it work, and then try to conform with that. Because a lot of this is ultimately like terror management strategy for dealing with death. Because you just tell this person, like, hey, bro, like, what do you think about, you think people should have clean water? You think there should be safe communities? And then you just look at someone and be like, so what about like the fact that you're going to die? What about that? How do you remedy that problem? And then you just look and just like, bro, you can like not eat any animals and you're still going to grow up to be dead.
Change his perspective on things.
So basically all the animals here, they're all going to be dead.
Dead.
Yeah.
We're all going to be dead.
Matter, bro.
It's the nihilist outlook. Nothing matters. Morality doesn't exist.
It's to
We
show
have
you
no
that
control
what you
over our
think,
condition.
No, what you think matters doesn't. What you think matters way less, and therefore not worth doing evil deeds to get those things.
Right.
Yeah.
Because no one makes it out alive.
Yeah, but also that these actions, once done, can't be undone. And karmically, they are attached to your mental body, which forms the karmic body for your next experience. Okay. And basically, it's these short-term gains are not worth long-term repercussions. I mean, people think that's where it is kind of a cult, because it's not above the surface. You can't X-ray it, but causally, like, there's everybody thinks that, or they act like this life is all there is, and that everything that they want has to exist within this realm, be experienced in this body, experienced right now, at the expense of
Everything.
morality. Yeah. And that's the problem. Sure. They're trying to compress us. But here's the thing. If you want to talk about natural law and the generative principle, what is real? Something that's real doesn't, I guess, something that really exists in a permanent way isn't affected by time. Right? So, no, if 1,000 years passes, does natural law not apply anymore? No. So it has to be beyond time. If the weather changes, or if I'm made of a different material, it doesn't change. So it has to be above matter, energy, time, and space. It has to be beyond that. In fact, it's the substratum of that. It's the substrate that the universe is laid over, or actually reality. Your mind superimposes these differentiations on consciousness itself. So basically, like, when you're in a dream, there's people there in the dream, you're doing stuff, and you wake up from a dream and they're like, oh, it's not real anymore. And our world, even though we have an objective, so-called objective reality, all your perceptions, including our conversation right now, are occurring in your mind. Okay, so whatever we think is super important, if it exists in the mind, then it's subject to error. And so to, I guess, to mitigate suffering or to conform with natural law, all you have to do is all you have to do is really just like prioritize reality over what we want reality to be, basically, is what it is. I mean, honestly, it's mostly ego driven, doubling down on things that we already know are wrong. And like, for example, nobody has to tell me that they don't want to be hurt, right? So like, an animal doesn't speak English, somehow I know it doesn't want to be harmed by me, right? So even we have to stop like glorifying ourselves to the point that we think we're God, right? So by saying, if you want to know reality, you have to read a book, or if you want to know reality, you have to do this. If it originates in the minds of men, then it's ultimately just a reflection of consciousness and not consciousness. That's why people used to take vows of silence, because you can't really, there's no excuses to be made when you're silent. Like you just have to treat people right, and everything else, anything that you want to talk about, like, you realize that it wasn't really that important. It drive you crazy in the beginning, but after a while there's a stillness that comes. It's just a method of controlling urges. So basically it's impulse control, realizing that reality is what it is and not what we think it ought to be. So there's very little that actually has to be done. Nature runs itself like a clockwork, and all we have to do is not interfere.
It's like expectation control almost.
Literally, dude.
Like what was page 449 of the Alcoholics Anonymous Blue Book is
like
about
natural processes, and then just kind of leave it.
About how your expectations on life are just gonna fuck you up if they're not in the right place,
Well, even just thinking about language in itself, it's that idea of like not confusing the map of the location. Like, language is like a working model that we use to try and describe reality, but language itself is not reality.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
it's just words some guys made up.
The noumenon versus the phenomenon. The thing in and of itself is not the same thing as a word that represents it.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And are we truly capable of grasping the noumenon? Maybe not directly, because our senses are phenomena themselves. But our base nature is the noumenon. Reality exists. That's all you can know for sure.
Yeah.
My reality.
Everything else is some level.
My reality.
My
truth.
Exists.
I don't know whether or not your reality exists.
Existence exists. Existence exists. Like, well, I may not exist because I wasn't here before I existed. I won't be here after I exist. But existence exists. That's really the.
We know you exist. We saw you a couple weeks ago.
Whatever. Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like, if something is
you just saw some light, man.
Yeah, I mean, really though, like, it's amazing how, like, we've created all these ideas. Like, imagine like the reasons people go to war with each other, dude.
Yeah.
The reason states exist, period.
Like the real, imagine
it's literally just a hallucination, bro. It's a hallucination.
Yeah.
That other people have just like memed.
Yeah.
Through
we're all enslaved by it.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
a meme it just exists through like as like a game of telephone throughout generations.
Yeah, like Simon Says, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, or like you walk into the grocery store and you see everybody going like this, and then you look around and you're like, I should probably put my hands
I
on my head.
guess, yeah.
And it just goes like that for fucking generations.
It's like, what's that? What's the movie? You Will Know Us by the Trail of Dead? Is that what it is? No, that was a band. The one with Josh Brolin and the scary Mexican guy with the killer.
No Country for Old
No
Men.
Country for Old Men.
Yeah.
Like he would, how like passive everyone was who he was
Yes.
killing. They were just like, okay, like he'd hold the thing up and they just put their head up to it and go, boink. And it's like that's literally the society we live in. Like people are so just, oh, okay, if you say so,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not going to defend myself.
Right.
I don't want to rock the boat. I don't want to offend anyone.
I have this embroidery on my shirt. Do what I say.
Well, it's all based on the fear, right? Because it's all like survival. We think it's what we think we need to survive. Whether
Yeah.
you need it or want it or think we need it. I mean, there obviously are base needs, but past that is
You're my base
culture. But yeah, it's largely programming outside of actual needs.
Yeah. Outside of
Codependency.
maintaining the body, there's really not much. I mean, like the job, what like the purpose of an organism is to live.
Yeah.
You can make other
Maintain,
purpose.
sustain.
Yeah, but you can
Argue
make up other
psychologically.
reasons for existing.
Right.
Yeah.
But you know,
But yeah,
you
the whole
kinda didn't
point of
even
the game is to
consciously
survive.
as
And
this person decide to exist. But yeah. So, but besides that, when you want to be all extra and say I want to survive, but also have stuff and things, then you're adding some baggage to the game, and then everybody wants to bring their own baggage. Like I want to exist too, but I also want aliens. You know, I exist too, but I also want like to start my own religion, and you know, and
join our
and
cult.
the- yeah, exactly. So these different cults start. You know, I want to exist too
No,
and
our
have food
cult
and
is
shelter.
starting.
Oh yeah, oh for sure, bro.
Oh,
I mean, should we?
Ali's cult.
you know.
Yeah.
So
You got your hammers?
Shit. Oh shit, yeah. No, well this isn't the show. The next show is
okay.
gonna be fucking fun. We're holding back right now.
Okay. Yeah.
We're gonna talk about
Yeah.
hanging out and shit too.
Hails, brother.
We have
Hails.
to gauge our perceptions.
Fuck shit.
Fuck
Hails.
shit. Oh, so yeah, anybody watching next podcast is gonna be fucking great. We're gonna be watching the Mark Passio documentary.
There's a new
Which one?
documentary, did y'all know? A new one.
Oh, there's a new one that came out. You didn't see?
Nope.
Oh boy. Yeah, well, stay tuned. Don't watch it
Stay
before
tuned.
the show.
Mm.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah, I won't even search for it.
What else are we doing?
Is this like a with or without his consent documentary?
With his consent,
Oh.
but of very bad taste.
Don't even say
Mm.
anything else about it. But he's promoted it himself.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, okay.
So he knows. Yeah. And it's going around, but no one's saying much about it.
Like, did somebody like bait and switch him? Like, give consent and then?
We don't want to talk about it right
Yeah.
Dude,
We don't want to talk about it right
Uh,
now.
All right.
what
It's
is that?
too
A
good.
couple
I
weeks?
almost
No,
wanna
that's-
show one picture,
No.
but you can't.
It's no,
Okay.
absolutely not.
Okay,
That's the
okay,
best
okay,
part.
okay.
No, it's unbelievable.
Come on.
It's no,
All right, I can't
don't
wait
look
for
it up,
next show.
Rachel. Wait till we watch it
No.
on the podcast. It'll be way funnier to share it with others. The experience of
right hand.
watching the Mark Passio documentary.
I promise not to spill the beans.
And I think I know we have some other stuff, but the documentaries, it's epic. It's amazing. It's awesome. I can't even so many other words to describe it. It's
I
like
can't even-
Sound
I can't
Path
even
all
talk
over
about it.
again. Yeah, we can't even talk about it.
Wow.
Mysteriously quiet from that whole crew, the Sound Path crew. What happened to Jerry? Where's she been? Hopefully dealing with her court stuff. She varnished after that podcast we did. Varnished. But anyway, 2 hours. So what? So yeah, that was Cliff Notes. Are we gonna read the whole book, or it's almost like the Cliff Notes are like good enough
There's certain
to get the
parts,
concepts
maybe,
apart?
I
But
would
yeah,
say.
some deeper shit.
I don't know.
Maybe we should just read it and highlight some things that we can go over on a future episode. I guess we still have to finish the fucking Kabbalion reading.
What?
Nice.
What? Nice. But yeah.
Gia.
This one's ultra relevant. This one was super relevant. Oh wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Gia.
You're gonna find out that you fucked with the wrong one, boy!
Or the death metal band Insanity.
For a roast chicken.
Roast chicken.
Fully healed. Fully healed.
Not
This is how
bisexual, but
that
you
we're
know.
at the end of the show.
Yes, we start just pounding
Stop
on the
inviting all these
soundboard.
American people over to
Oh,
Europa and natural law.
Can we not hear it?
Oh, you can't hear it? You haven't
Or-
heard any of the soundboard?
No.
No one fucking likes
Can you hear it, Darren?
All right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say no one, but
So, because I thought maybe it was because I wasn't on YouTube or
make
something.
you vibrate.
No, it should come through. It should come through StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I'm
can't hear
only
it?
on StreamYard right now.
Huh.
Beautiful people, not just
Right
Oh.
now.
girls, but you know, the fellas as well.
Nope.
You can't hear that, huh?
I'm
Nothing.
not bisexual, but you know,
It's weird.
beautiful
weird, it's
people,
weird, it's
not
weird.
just girls, but
I wonder if
Yeah.
there's some
The
sort of
fellas as
setting
well.
or something that
I'm
I
not
have
bisexual.
to.
I've
but,
never even heard of that happening. Uh-oh, we just got dropped.
Oh no.
Now we just got dropped.
Oh
Huh.
wait, what did I just push? Oh,
Oh no, nothing. They
Oh,
got
okay.
dropped from the show. They'll pop back in.
dropped from their own show.
What I hate is
We have lots of people hacking into the internet to disrupt our show, we'd like to think.
I believe it.
Yeah.
you know, dancing
believe
is
it.
a form of you know getting into a meditative
government.
mind state. You know,
But
I
anyway,
I have lots of questions and
keep going with the questions.
you want me to keep going with the questions?
Yeah.
So like, there's two different paths here. There's like the military one and the corporate one. Which one do you want me to?
Corporate's good. Military's pretty easy. Corporate's a little bit more tricky. So
Okay, well
corporate.
now it sounds like a challenge, so I'm gonna go military.
Reverse
okay.
psychology.
Right. Okay, so are we like, would you admit that, or like, is it whatever? I don't know how to phrase it, but do we all agree that if like we were the only country to no longer have like one centralized federal control over our like military defense and all that, that other powerful nations would just see that as a weakness and we would be vulnerable because things like networking and communication and quick response and all these things would be slowed down by the fact that it would be like private organizations and like militias and shit like that. So like if we were to do this overnight and no other country in the world did, don't you think we would be an easy target?
I think we're an easy target now because we're using 1950s technology. Like, in order for a F-80, F-35 to drop a bomb on a person, like 300 people have to do their job correctly. Where I would think that the guerrilla, would be far superior to our military. But I don't believe we have been in any just wars. I don't believe any of our bases overseas need to be where they are. I don't think there's any other country on the world that is a threat to the largest standing army in the world, which is the American gun owner. I don't think our military is horrendously overkill for what we need. I think any of our offshore skirmishes are completely unnecessary to our personal safety as a country. If anything, what we're doing overseas creates blowback, which I was explaining earlier, creates wars in the future. Bombing some kid's family is going to radicalize that kid that's going to try and bomb one of our bases in 10 years, you know.
The offensive nature of the United States
creates
most, if not all, the need for its defense.
Makes us less safe.
Once the offense is removed, these bases are removed, people fly back home or just chill and live there.
Yeah.
Like,
they don't have someone to be mad at if we're gone.
That,
you know.
And realistically, it's not just one nation. It's more. If you have like the idea of like
the
militias
allies
and people, and if you still have an internet and ways to organize, people can organize. Humans can organize, and I think that's the big. We misuse the word government for organization and human organization, to where that can still happen. To where if there's an attack or some sort of nefarious force on the whatever local soil of wherever they are, I mean, people can come together and deal with that problem. Like we were saying, the extreme nature and like our military is the way it is because of it.
Government also means leadership, or to steer, like kubernos in Greek, gubernare in Latin. So if you want something done, you consult some person or some group of people that are maybe
because
good at consulting. So I mean, yeah, we can govern ourselves, as in like who owns the bathtub in a family home, right? Like people figure out when to take showers. They figure out how to share certain common things, right? Furniture, what times they turn their lights off and whatnot. And like, there's not always like a clear hierarchy or, like list of written rules, but they make it happen.
Also, Guy, we've been scared by a bunch of boogeymen by our government, the powers that be. They scare us into thinking that there are threats out there. I don't believe nuclear weapons are even real. Cold War propaganda has been going. Cold War propaganda caused a lot of hysteria that was unnecessary, and we're still living in those times, and we're still living with the leftover remnants of people believing in Cold War propaganda. I don't believe our government, if had a tool like that, wouldn't be using it. I don't believe that in our day and age it wouldn't have been used. It would have been used in the past more than just once. We've gone over it on the show a couple times. There's a nuclear physicist that built like the first 60 nuclear reactors in the United States, and he's got this banned lecture where he ingests nuclear waste, and he used to swim in the cooling ponds of the nuclear reactors and all kinds of stuff. And then one day they were like, "Hey, stop doing that, or else you're going to lose your job." And then they came out that, nuclear stuff is actually really dangerous because they didn't want people stealing it. If you think, if I touch that, I'm going to die, you're not going to go steal it. So there are certain things that we believe that are absolute bullshit. But most of any foes that we have in the world, we created them, and they aren't. They can't do shit to us. And in anarchy land, there would be a free market solution to that problem, which would be a lot more efficient and a lot better than whatever the government hobbles together with their bullshit.
It would have to be like, I mean, I mean, I wouldn't even, for the sake of the conversation, I wouldn't argue that it wouldn't be better, but I think it would have to be definitely a long transition. You have to make sure, but I mean, this is going
Industry
under,
works fast, man.
I mean, under the,
People greedy motherfuckers will get some shit out real quick. You know, these great businessmen of our times, they're gonna want to take advantage. They're gonna want to be first to the fucking table. You know, like that's how the free market works. These motherfuckers it's using the greed, using corporate greed to our advantage. We force them to give us the best product at the lowest price, or else they don't exist anymore. That is the coolest part about free market
but
capitalism, is
going,
the balance that's built into it by having competition.
but going under like, so you're, um, assuming that my like apocalyptic version of our world enemies is true, we have certain government systems right now that are running things, and so they would have to be replaced and made whole without ever leaving a gap, you know what I mean? Without ever leaving like a window of opportunity for someone
Yeah,
to
I think you
take
think
advantage
that
of
we're
it.
holding back all these countries that want to come in and kill everyone, but I don't think
Well,
that that's real.
hypothetically,
Yeah,
I would say, like, if that were
Like a
true,
resource, maybe like natural resource.
like what
or
would they
like
be coming here to kill us for?
so I guess it doesn't necessarily have to be kinetic, because I think I tend to agree intuitively with you that it wouldn't have to be like a sudden kinetic fucking just we'll suddenly get bombed by Russia and China all at the same time. Like, it doesn't have to be that, but there are other ways that countries are constantly trying to like gain foothold or gain influence in other systems. So part of our national security is not just weapons, but it's also
What if those
the
things the
net.
other countries are doing actually make things better here? You're assuming anything that they'd be doing would be something to our detriment.
I guess not necessarily to our detriment, just with their benefit in mind, which would be
Like
maybe
economic control.
sure, economic, or
I mean, China already owns like half of California.
I
You
think
know,
the key here is that
our government's not doing that great of a job.
the key thing here is that the system in place, the only reason, the incentive for them to step in and control these elements in the system, once that system isn't there anymore, then those they don't have the thing that they want to take over or control. It's not the same nature. So like, let's say, all right, China wants to influence the US dollar or something. Because it's one currency that dominates our market, the market is way more controllable versus if over,
decentralized
let's say,
currencies,
2, 3, 4, 5 years, the market changes and people are bartering and using other foreign currencies and different cryptos and everything, and it changes the whole
playing field
environment. Yeah. It changes the whole environment so that those incentives for those nefarious countries, like they don't have this, the system isn't in place for them to take over in the way they would if their government was in place. The nature of organically formed societies that are more grassroots and more smaller, organically formed versus like state lines and top-down control. Top-down control, if you can hack into it, so to speak, you can control it, right? If it's more bottom-up control, then it's much harder to just step in and it's like, okay, what are you going to attack specifically? Like, what is the advantage for a foreign power to send in a bunch of resources in the military
to get what?
What? Like, maybe, like, that's why I was like
Fort Knox or something,
or
like come and get the gold,
or like a mine or something,
a mine,
like
some wooded, what natural resource would they come here to get? And then this guy's saying you're literally standing on what would drop bombs on to take. That doesn't really give us an answer. That doesn't give us an answer, really. Like, what, their land? They just want to, like Israel's taking from Palestine. They just want to reside on the land here. We have a lot of fucking land. I mean, they don't need to kill us over it. They can just move here.
I mean, like you were saying, that like, okay, like let's think about like anti-missile systems, defensive systems on our physical border. Again, just without a government, I mean, private, for the sake of speaking, like private resources can run and function, and
Necessary
this
resources will stay
that is
running.
already there. And again, like I was saying, with the organization, that people can organize, people can still, there's trained professionals who know how to operate that stuff.
What about the land, Mark? Mike, Matt? Mark, Mike, Matt.
You're literally standing up, people don't want the land.
So hold on. So first I have to address this. Crypto can't get itself on the round. It's all about silver, gold, and XRP. So XRP is crypto, so you're contradicting yourself. Obviously someone's trying to fucking troll me because they know how much I hate XRP. XRP is the fucking Rothschild coin. It is the opposite of decentralized. It is just like the dollar. It's deflationary, it's garbage. Silver and gold. Silver's cool. Gold's tricky because how are you going to use gold in the field and not get ripped off? In order to test the purity of gold, you need an assayer. There's little devices that claim that they could do it, but they can't really. So using gold in the field isn't really very efficient. Neither is silver, really. It's all stuff that you can get stolen from you. Also, crypto, you can get ripped off, your crypto ripped off, but you can't get it, like they can't grab it from you, like they can silver and gold. If you have a lot of silver and gold, you try and fly somewhere, they have a problem with that. There's a lot of reasons why crypto could be better than silver and gold, but silver and gold's fine. Yeah, have everything except that XRP. Don't have XRP because that's fucking Satan coin.
Okay.
XRP is different to crypto, bro. Don't even start to talk to me about crypto. This fucking guy is trying to tell me XRP is not crypto. Bro.
So my last part about like the idea of enemies would be, let's assume nobody wants to take the land by force. Let's assume the economy incentives have changed, and so that's not really a concern. But then there are ideological motivations for wanting to destroy the Western world, right?
Yeah, but what if that was gone? The government's gone, and guess what? The government's gone, and U.S. is trading with everywhere in the world and bartering and has good relationships now because we don't have psychopaths running the country. The U.S. is actually able to fix its reputation because we don't even, at that point, we don't have the money to even bomb another country. We're having to just pull things back, regroup, and defend our borders with a reasonable amount of force instead of being this demon to every country, dropping bombs or controlling economically or controlling politically behind the scenes. I mean, the U.S. is pissed off almost every country. And so if that's all gone and these political talks aren't happening anymore and these ceasefires and all this, oh, we're going to go bomb this country because they bombed that country and all this stuff's gone. I mean, people outside of the U.S. are far more politically savvy than most Americans. You'd be surprised, man. They understand that our government is rogue and that we don't represent our government, and know that most smart countries know that the U.S. Has a lot of money and can bring a lot of money to them. And, like most places would like to get along with us instead of, I mean, I don't know what even army could even muster enough to come over here and do any damage, really. Like, there's so many guns in the U.S. California alone has more AR-15s than the rest of the world combined. Like, just on our West Coast. And
I would agree. I would agree with that. I would say that there is sophisticated cyber warfare that could completely throw us into chaos, though, and make us probably fucking kill each other or ourselves.
Chaos. What do you mean? Like economic chaos? Like, I think that would be good. I think this country's
Like
system being brought to the
infrastructure
ground would be a great thing for the people.
Like you
I
talking
would
about,
I
like,
would be talking about infrastructure attacks and like essentially psyops that like if like say Iran and Russia were to have a full scale like cyber attack on us and we didn't have Iran, yeah.
Iran and Russia, we're in cahoots with them. The U.S. is in cahoots. These are all boogeymen. This is the boogeyman I was telling you about. How many years? Tiny ass. Russia's got the tiniest military, and it's getting wiped out right now.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
Russia
they're
doesn't give a
definitely
shit about. Russia is America's boogeyman. Russia has the same bankers that America has. United States of America has the same bankers run all of these things. They do this shit to scare us to get their agenda.
and I will say this, like, I think, I mean, especially mentioning psyops or other type of like cultural attempts to like change the culture, right, rather than just like economic or military stuff. I think that to say that the government we have now that in place does a good job or does a better job than individuals can organically come up with as far as like a solution, I think it's like false. I mean, like, even look at like I think about like
true.
internet sleuths who like people who solve crimes, or YouTubers who like do a better job than like police departments. Like, I think like
Come up, spiritual ascension.
There's
There's the link.
solutions. There's solutions to these like attacks, or let's say like these nefarious intentions that would absolutely. I think I see these solutions even happening now under our current system. Like I was saying, with like internet sleuths and people coming together to help find missing people, and like if there was some sort of foreign force trying to manipulate the media or do some sort of thing. I mean, people, especially like just being empowered and just of their own will, like just on like Reddit, I mean, they do amazing shit all the time. And so I think that's just an example of like how people can come together and organically organize and provide solutions for, let's say, like these hypothetical
For free
attacks. I think even militarily too.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely. Military is very inefficient. It's so big. And so just smaller, more private operations that can still, all having the same goal of protecting society, I think we could come together and solve those potential problems.
So spiritual ascension said a couple funny things. Any form of currency is demon money. No, decentralized currencies are demon money. Decentralized currencies are great. Any community that decides to make a currency in order to for safety reasons, because you can't just carry around gold and fucking silver all the time or leave it all in your house. Sure, basic banking can turn into bad banking, but no, centralized currencies are demon money. You just stated crypto is the same as XRP, but you said XRP is devil coin, so wouldn't that technically make crypto the devil coin too? I don't know where you got that in that logic. That's a little funny. No, crypto is a tool for the people to use against centralized currencies, which are slavery. And the intention of a coin, I mean, you're trying to say that XRP is not a crypto, but it is. So I don't know if you have some weird, if you just don't know what you're talking about, or you have some weird take on it. But XRP is most definitely a crypto, and XRP is a centralized, which means humans can control it and change the numbers. That's one bad thing against it. It's inflationary, which is another thing that's bad about it, which means that they could just keep making more of it. And it's literally run by people that are involved in central banking and the Federal Reserve, and all of the Federal Reserve system has the world enslaved. So this coin, XRP, with all of that behind it, is a devil coin, where something like Bitcoin that is decentralized, which means no one can fuck with it, it's deflationary, which means the amount of Bitcoin is going down and only going down, and will forever go down, which forces the price of it up. So in order, I don't know if you just don't really understand crypto if you're trying to say if I call one bad that all of them are bad, but I don't really understand that logic, so I can't really answer that question. But no, not all crypto is devil coin just because one is bad. The intention of the coin is to enslave, therefore it is bad. Bitcoin is there to free, so there is a different intention there. Crypto is not the end all be all. It's just a tool. Like I said, it's a tool that should be in your portfolio. Get online. No, that's not for me. Why not? It's like hiding in comments. I appreciate your take on it. Okay, to be frank, I don't invest in anything other than my creator. Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. so
I could go off on so many
no,
tangents.
keep going. We got another 25 minutes. We'll go.
Okay. Okay. Well, I would say that it would be hard to continue too much of a military conversation under the pretense that our enemies are just boogeymen. So, I mean, I wouldn't really be able to continue off on that. But I do see how, like, an overall worldwide cultural shift, it would be, like, part of the solution. And that us as an example could mitigate some of the hatred for sure. And us, like, pulling out of shit for sure would mitigate the
Remember
hatred.
9/11, dude? Everyone
Um,
loved us after 9/11 happened. We had the whole world backing us up, and that wasn't that long ago. We could change our reputation back to that quickly.
For sure.
Um,
A quick Bitcoin side note would be how decentralized do you think it truly is anymore with so much huge institutional
Whales?
investment? Yeah. I mean,
it's
because they
as
almost can manipulate
decentralized as it
it.
can be, not being
Right.
it's as decentralized as it can be, not being a centralized coin, which ultimately, obviously, just like AI at the end of the day, it's all programmed by some guy. I
Yeah.
mean, not some guy, but by the internet and by all of us. And sure,
I mean,
the whales, yeah.
if Wall Street
So
wanted to dump all of it right now, it would be pretty catastrophic, right?
not really, because it's cheap right now. Yeah, it's only like if
It'd be short term.
yeah,
Yeah.
people would buy it up like crazy
I
at
don't
that
think you
price.
can kill it.
No, you
True.
can't kill it. You could only momentarily point it in the other direction for a
People
little
who are
bit.
engaging in high risk investments around crypto and stocks, those are that's like financial markets. Yeah, like shit goes haywire, but as far as a long term just existing as a currency, it would have to be worldwide EMP like status.
Yeah.
And Wall Street would be out of their fucking mind to get out of crypto right now. They want to make money. They see the gains. The gains have been proven. So like, oh, look at Nikini. The gains have been proven. Therefore, like nobody's selling. No institutions are selling. They're nothing but buying. BlackRock would buy up all that crypto, all that Bitcoin in a minute. And yeah, obviously BlackRock owning 51% would be sketchy, but that's why we have a million other cryptos. If something bad happens to it, we can bail, because it's always going to be the base currency. It's always going to be the currency everything else is based off of, no matter what those guys do with it. At a certain point of separation, it becomes, the farther away you get from Bitcoin, the more negligible those changes are. I think I have a hot take on why this bull run has been so shitty. I think because COVID, the last time, and all those stimmies, I think that money wouldn't have gone into the market if we hadn't got all those checks. And I think it kind of threw off how
The
how
cycle.
things were supposed to be. Yeah, and this year just ended up being flat. And then the other thing is Bitcoin's starting to find its true price, and it's not going to be as crazy as it's been in the past. So you got to get into microcaps and the smaller coins and stuff. There's just not going to be swings. Oh shit! Hey, who is that? Don't we know who that is? Is that who is that? I know we know who that is. It must be a girl then, huh? It's not Rose, is it?
Doesn't must be.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't have to be.
Okay. All right. You want
Keep
another
going.
line? Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah.
To me, privatized everything sounds like what I've been told is hell.
Oh, I know who this is. This is Heather. Logan's ex. Heather.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, way to
Not
dox.
Whoops, sorry.
You can't first name docs. So okay, so I would say, like I was
I guess
saying,
it's not.
kind of going off what I was saying before about,
Yeah, we
because I
threw
think
you
I had
off.
to take like a work call or something, but that I don't believe in like the evil corporation wanting to kill everyone. Like that doesn't make sense. It's not a good way to make profit. So that's obviously
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
But there are examples, right, of like the reason why unions formed in the first place. The example that I had heard the most was usually like a mining company, right? A mining company would come into an area, they would be the first there, they would so they would have, you know, a first mover advantage, right? And they would be the powerful there, and it would be good at first because people would be like, okay, we can work for this company, we can make money. But then they would also open grocery stores and build housing, and it would all be owned by one private enterprise,
Yeah.
who
Super
then,
sketchy.
yeah, then the workers
Manipulate.
would have to fucking work for whatever they said would be
Factory
paid.
towns. There were a lot of
Yeah,
them in the early 1800s and shit, and
right,
their living conditions were terrible because
right.
it was just a slave
Essentially, yeah,
yeah, it was just
slave
a
labor.
slave plantation basically.
So
Um,
how would no government intervention or no regulations, how would that get solved without that?
with okay, I don't think it would be solved. Um, so if a company, like some of these communities that will pop up probably will be businesses that buy some land and start a community, and or I don't think labor is as hard to come by as it was back in the day. They used to like have these labor towns because they wanted people to live there because they really needed labor during the laying of the foundation of this country. So I think like political, I mean, just all the economic things are different and would be different, but I don't see. I mean, you're getting back to the like question of who's going to defend the rights of the individual, and that's another thing that the free market is going to have to answer for us, because I mean, it's again, it's if a company is known, like it's back to the ketchup thing again. Okay, this
Yeah.
company treats its people like shit, right? People know about that. Oh, hey, a moral community will not okay, sorry. A competitor is going to come along that doesn't do it and take up that fucking profit.
Also, imagine, I mean, social media era, cell phone era, people taking videos.
Yeah.
In an era where possibly we have tools to make the individual more empowered. Would would they be able to get away with that? And also think about, okay, so like a business,
It's more
let's say,
profitable to
buys
have
an area
happy employees too.
and continues to build on it and goes through all the proper permits and has the the money and the overhead to be able to go through all the government whatever loopholes acquiring that land, versus in a free society to where people can, if people can leave and the land can be overtaken, let's say, easier than, let's say, with a system in place. It's like there's more solutions available to address that problem. It's not that that problem may not happen or start to happen. It's that there's more solutions available without the system in place that is in place now.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. There's like
I think I would believe that the environment is different, and so that would mitigate it for sure. Social media and like you said, more people, more, and I mean, we're not in the time so much anymore where there's certain geographical areas that one particular industry could manage to monopolize, but monopolies in general would still for sure happen, right? Don't you think there would be like one company would be
limited.
profitable and
it's with the
go ahead.
government allowing a monopoly to be like the all power. That's when it really fucks things up.
Enables the monopoly to occur in the
Yes.
first place, while they have arbitrary controls on what they say are monopolies that can and can't exist. We have, number one, there's obviously the corruption, behind the scenes corruption, and then number two,
If there's competition, there's no monopoly. And there's always going to be competition, because in order to not have competition, you'd need a government to hold back competition.
and the reason why there would be more competition is that there's not the barrier to entry that is presented by the government,
Yes.
therefore enabling monopolies to occur. And even if it's like, it'll be like monopoly lights, where it's like, okay, we don't have one company that controls it, there's two companies, but then no competitors have a chance to come up in the market because they need so much overhead and investment to even start a company, all the permits, go through all the regulations.
Beg the government to just get a permit to do it. Yeah.
Be able to compete in that realm. So
we're in a free market. Someone can just start a business and offer us a better product.
And well, then yes,
those two other businesses will get hurt quite a bit.
Exactly.
And businesses are supposed to fucking go out of business. Like these companies are supposed to fail. That's what markets.
Government bailouts and stuff.
No, and it's healthy if there's 3 products on the market by 3 companies and one of those companies goes away because they didn't make it. That's good for the economy. Those 2 other companies are going to be able to, flourish of that one. It's not like the American dream isn't every business succeeds. Like it's competition, it's free market, which we're supposed to be, but with the monopoly shit, it fucks everything up.
I don't have obviously I don't have a whole bunch of facts and dates and
dumbass
figures and stuff on me at the moment, but the idea that monopolies only exist because of government, I mean, kind of goes against everything I was taught about. So these companies like
Give me
the
an
Rockefeller.
example.
Well, didn't all these big family names like the Rockefellers and shit, didn't they come into power, and Union Pacific and all these things, they came into power during a time of no government regulation, didn't they? It was because there weren't antitrust laws and there weren't things like this that were keeping these companies from just fucking taking over massive amounts of the share of the market.
They could have just been first to the market in general. I mean, most of those dudes, they just came from deep bloodlines that always had money, and they had the capital to throw at stuff. And that's we're getting back to the boogeyman scenario, where it's like, these guys, we don't even know their real story. We believe there's been a lot of resets through history where they've reset technology to kind of take advantage. For instance, maybe electricity was free once. It just was pulled out of the ether with some technology that they've hidden from us because they wanted to charge us for electricity. So if you believe stuff like that, then you go back to all these old stories of the founding fathers and all these corporatist guys. And it's just like, okay, well, this is what this was taught to me in school for a reason. They wanted me to believe this, so I believe in the American fucking system and all these guys, and it's likely all bullshit, all of it. These, because so what I'm saying is the examples are kind of invalid because it's back to the boogeyman thing, where it's like it's kind of a hard argument if you're agreeing that we're probably being lied to about a bunch of shit.
It makes me think of remember the Truman Show?
Yeah,
movie,
of course.
where it's like
Great fucking movie.
The whole basis of everything he knew ended up being wrong. So therefore, it's like if he wanted to travel the world or sail the world, no, it's discovered. There was a whole version of history for his little simulation of his whole life. And it's like, well, that could be, some sort of allegory to some degree of, okay, we have these businessmen who are put in place and we're able to take advantage, be the first to utilize some resource or take advantage of some market or something.
Or
not focusing.
It's not focusing.
But yeah, who knows?
Sure,
but again,
my response to that would be that this is only what I described is only the boogeyman to a lib like me, right? To a libertarian or a hardcore conservative, what I'm describing sounds fine. So it's not a boogeyman. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, but then that's the false paradigm.
Yeah, that's just
it's
brainwashing
missing,
propaganda.
Yeah, you're missing
Wait.
that element.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, I mean, I'm saying I'm talking about my fears of a fully corporate or privatized world, but what I'm saying is that you can't just tell me that that's a boogeyman because it's not the boogeyman to the other side. So it doesn't.
It doesn't have to be universally a boogeyman to both sides. It isn't. It's often not only a boogeyman to one side because it's being used for, it's being used as fear, or it's being used to sway a decision, some sort of agenda, mass amounts of people. So what? Oh, so you're saying that the super big government that I claim is a boogeyman isn't a boogeyman to you? Who's the boogeyman in question?
Yeah,
Which
I mean,
one?
I guess right. Well, which one of us has been tricked into believing that there's a boogeyman that there isn't? I guess is the question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess it kind of cancels itself out.
I think the reality, though, even outside of both those possibilities, that okay, let's say that both the two sides we just presented are wrong, and that organically these, the oil barons, whenever they organically came to the positions, and because of being able to manipulate the market and take advantage of people and everything. It's still oh, never mind. I just totally lost my train.
No, that's I'm stop talking about the lens.
Sorry.
Don't have to mention it. So boogeyman. It's not that it's boogie. I mean, it's typical it's party politics. It's two-party paradigm.
It's the whole premise of the sides are kind of false, because then the actual reality does exist. That okay, well, humans could possibly buy through education and understanding patterns or psychological patterns, possibly form a system that is better than the one we have, regardless. I think that's I don't see that as being a political thing. You know what I'm saying? I feel there's an apolitical side, but then there's these political hypotheticals, and then the answers turn political, even though it's really not a political solution at all.
And political moves shouldn't be made on hypotheticals either, and political beliefs shouldn't be made on hypotheticals, because hypotheticals tend to be very much in the minority or negligible. But as a lib, that's something that libs are sympathetic to. Libs want everyone taken care of. So that would make sense.
Yeah, or even if it's not hypothetical, like as something in history, like you were bringing up, like okay, the people getting taken advantage of, workers getting taken advantage of. There's things in history, these problems, these issues, and then we're presented with okay, and here are the two solutions, and one side proves this, one side proves this. But like the solution is really so far outside of those two presented solutions that it's almost like we're just taught fallacies. And I think that's like a base, like there's like yeah, it's like it some sort of apolitical objective possible solution or objective reality about it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey,
I mean,
no, sit down.
economically, your solution is the conservative solution, right? I mean, if
well, it's conservative and it's also classically liberal also, because on the other
Sure.
side of liberalism is leave everyone alone. That's what's best for them.
Sure.
Not pay for everything. It's still get the, once taxation is gone, fucking people are going to be able to take care of themselves better. So that
But
libertarianism and anarchism meet around back of liberalism in that way. It's just the new age liberal thing is, oh, we need government to pay for everything and government knows best, which
Sure.
I think you and I know is not the fucking case.
Sure.
They don't really do a good job at taking care of anyone. They only do a good job at making people money and killing people and throwing people in jail and shit like that for the most part.
I mean, I would push back on that, but I'd rather just keep talking about so what I would say is, if you could take every Republican in Congress right now and tell them we're going to deregulate everything and let the free market control everything, for just talking about economics, I think every single one of them would be on board.
Wait, who was they talking to?
Every Republican in Congress right now. If you were to just tell them we're going to deregulate everything, we're gonna
they'll make
let
a lot
the free
more money.
Free market handle everything. There's going to be no more antitrust laws. There's going to be no more government interference into worker conditions and wages and shit like that. All of them, I believe, would be like, all right, let's do it.
Until it comes to the military.
Until it comes to what?
To the military and military stuff. That's kind
Probably.
They don't budge on that shit.
That's where
Yeah.
Libertarian even, or like the whatever, like they're fiscally conservative, but only to a point.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, did you get disconnected? Are you gone?
No, we're back.
Oh.
There we go.
Oh,
I just
okay.
needed
Oh,
to...
and look at you're clear now.
Wow.
So the reason why I would bring that up is just because I feel like,
but we think liberals and conservatives are douchebags. So our argument isn't for any liberal, like the two-party paradigm exists to keep you guys fighting with each other and not fighting the government. So we're not a part of, like leaning to either sides of those. We have a completely different perspective on things. And I don't think, I don't even know the definition of conservative and liberal anymore. It's been changed so much. So it's like, I don't even know how to argue that from a decade ago or 2 decades ago or this decade. It's going to change.
And I think that's like,
because it's all bullshit and no one's principled and no one believes in, morals and concrete shit. They just all believe in whatever whatever's best for them.
We have this false political paradigm of left versus right, or not paradigm, sorry, false political spectrum where you have left versus right, and the idea of you want to be in the middle, when in reality the real political spectrum, right and left, are like right next to each other.
Yeah.
And then really what you have is like totalitarian control, and then ultimate freedom, but freedom meaning not top-down control, but individuals and communities, like more bottom-up, like organic grassroots organization, basically. And then, like I said, that would be, maybe liberals are here, and then the fiscal conservatives, they're like, beep, over here.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Like we're saying, oh, they're fiscal conservative, but like not really.
Not really. They still agree with everything the government does.
They don't like the government spending money on lib issues.
Yeah, that's the only difference. Some minor social issues are the only things that really are different, but the amount of spending that goes out to everything else stays. We still are at these endless wars. We're dropping bombs on, I don't know,
I mean, I think it's
countries right now
I would
for
say
no
it's
reason.
radically different. I would say it
Yeah.
would be radically
No, yeah,
different.
that's where we'll agree disagree for sure.
Individuals
But-
who use those labels vary radically, but I think the textbook, what those labels are, looking at it, stepping
It's
back
both
from the
social. It's
perspective
socialism.
of what we're talking about.
We're living in socialism for sure, and both sides are okay with it. And
I
they
think-
may on TV they may squabble about it, but in practice, nothing fucking changes over the years. There's just a different guy and a different flag flying, and
in effect, like overall,
like look at what Obama did. Like he deported motherfuckers like crazy. He dropped drone bombs on fucking brown people like crazy, just like the conservatives do. In practice, these people become corrupted immediately the second they get power. Power corrupts absolutely. And so whether you got Bernie, even if you send in Bernie Sanders, he's going to end up dropping bombs on people, and he's going to end up conforming to everything because that system is set up for that to happen. You would never end up president alive and do those things. That's what happened to JFK, possibly. But no real game changer is ever going to come to power because it's not set up for them to come to power under those circumstances. Yeah, look what happened to Ron Paul. We were talking about him earlier. They just ignored him. Like he got the popular vote, and they just didn't care. They're going to change the rules. So we don't see. While I understand you being in the two-party thing, thinking, oh, there's a big difference between the two. From our perspective, it's all socialism, and all fucking bullshit. Taxation, people getting killed because of profits from corporations that have monopolies through the government.
in effect, maybe
yes.
not in intention.
No. And in it being right or wrong, everything they're doing is wrong. They're not doing. I mean,
So you're not saying socialism from like the classical perspective of the government owning the means of production, though. I mean, I could see how you could say it.
I mean, there you who knows who owns SpaceX? Who knows who owns Target? Who knows who knows who owns Walmart? Really? I mean, that could all be fucking who. I mean, we're supposed to be getting fucking UBI this month, maybe.
I mean,
like, there's all kinds of crazy bullshit that they're just flinging at the wall. None of this fucking shit works. They just do it until fucking the next generation forgets about it, then they redo it again. And
these corporations are wildly successful and rich, though, right? You can't say that like Amazon and Microsoft and Apple and these
they
companies
could all be owned by the powers that be on the back end,
owned by the
same powers
government.
that be that run the government. It's the
But
same
then-
guys, same banks, same creepy dudes that we don't even know. They tell us Rothschilds and Rockefellers and all this shit. Those are just the people they let us know. The real guys we don't know about them. They don't want us knowing about them, so we don't know about them. The shadow government, the shadow banking system, they're all the same couple families, and then they're all even smaller after that because it's just a couple dudes. So it's like we have no belief in the system whatsoever, in the facts behind the system. I mean, dude, if you look at every currency that we have in history, the governments behind the fiat currencies collapsed all within 50 years, and we're running on like 160 with ours. And it's all just off of the faith of the people believing that America's the best and the dollar's fucking awesome and American might and we'll fucking bomb your country and all this shit, But
yeah, that's part of it. Sure.
There's
but I
no,
mean, I mean, if it's true that these like S&P 500 companies, or even like the Mag 7 or something, if it's true that they're all actually government run, then I guess the government's doing a pretty good job on that front, right? Because these are world powerful companies, like world
What does
controlling
that mean?
companies. I don't know. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like,
And I mean this is
I mean, it almost sounds like an argument against free market if like if the one of the world's
okay. Well,
governments.
what best is subjective though? Like what is
Sure.
best? Best for the people? That's definitely not true.
No, I would
Best
just
for
say
making a profit?
powerful,
Sure.
or
Power
like
is not
power.
what we're here for. Power is
Right.
fake. Power is the worst thing that exists in our society is people in power.
Sure.
Yeah. It's horrible for the people. They've enslaved the fucking world, bro. That's not great.
True capitalist system. I mean, it's
Yeah.
capitalism.
It's crony capitalism.
Sure.
Like it's not even really
It's
an
not.
example of any sort of free
I-
market.
No.
Right.
in the first place.
Okay.
Like if there was no government monopoly and monopoly wasn't involved in money and banking and medical and school and all that stuff, and the free market was controlling everything and it was a fucking mess, then that would be one thing. But that's not what we have very good examples of the free market working great in the past, and obviously we have crony capitalism now. So, you know,
I mean, I don't disagree. I'm not trying to say that I think what's become of our like corporate America, like I'm not trying to say that that's fucking great, obviously. I'm just trying to like run down some different paths here.
No, I mean that's what we love talking. We love having these conversations. This is the kind of stuff we want to do on the show too, because most
Right.
people, especially most random vegans that show up on the show, have no idea about our political beliefs and how they're connected in with
Sure.
everything. And so we very much need to go through all this stuff. Often.
I kind of backing up a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of backing up a little bit. I want to push back on the idea that my beliefs are just part of a two-party paradigm. Once again, because I would say that I don't think you can step away from that. I don't think you can step completely outside of your beliefs being part of the two-party paradigm, because economically you are so in line with the Republican Party or with the Conservative Party. Like your dream of deregulation.
No, the Republican Party happens to be in line with what we're in line about.
Okay.
It's the opposite.
This is important. So going back, like looking at the Ron Paul thing. So in 2012, he ran as a Republican, just to have a better chance, right? We know these third-party candidates.
He's a libertarian.
The whole system's, you don't really have a chance.
Right.
So in his stance, he had more obviously the libertarian, extremely fiscally conservative view. His whole time in Congress, right? He's in Congress.
Yeah.
He voted no on most things. He had the very classic libertarian.
He turned money back in at the end of the year to the government, like
classical libertarian.
By example.
Liberalism, classical liberalism.
Yeah.
The Libertarian Party.
Couldn't
if you
stand
look
it.
At the debates. I mean, every candidate
They
had
hated
a really
him.
big problem with his stances, and so I think just as that's a good example of just like on display of like where the fundamental difference is between, let's say what our fiscal, our economic beliefs are, how that lines up against what the conservative Republican stance is in modern day.
And that's just one attribute of conservatism.
And then
it's not
yeah
the full definition of it and the whole embodiment of it. I mean,
Yeah,
I know it's in the word conservative, but
no, I'm sure there would be differences because because there's so much cronyism in the government. I would say especially today, but I would say that they would not do a full free market thing. They definitely fucking help their friends. Like
Well,
I
libertarians
so
want like drugs to be legal. That's not conservative. They want
sure.
they want the IRS to be abolished. That's not. I mean,
No,
the
I think
I guess
I think the point that I was trying to make is that I don't want my ideas to be dismissed, like just specifically talking about economics and workers' rights and money and shit like that. I would say that like I wouldn't want my ideas to be dismissed just because of a two-party paradigm when your pushback against what I'm saying would line up so well with a free market two-party paradigm is all I'm saying. I wouldn't want to be like
we don't want
dismissed.
taxes. The fact that we don't want taxes kind of is completely, it dismisses us from having any of that because having any involvement with conservatism.
I don't think
Um,
that's necessarily true. I think
yeah,
they'd
you
love.
should see what conservatives vote for, bro.
I mean,
It's not
I mean,
real anymore.
I guess it would
The
depend.
paradigm is false. These are not. It is not liberal versus conservative as we know it. It's just a bunch of bullshit these days.
I think, like I what I was saying before, I think individually, like I think you as an individual, your I'll say like beliefs or like leanings are farther outside of that two-party paradigm than you than maybe
Then you're willing to admit,
or not even that, or like you may be coming off as depicting your position as being on that you're on that political spectrum and we're up beyond it, and it's like it's totally not that. I think you as an individual are probably like
more libertarian
really
than you think if you really looked into
that's
it.
like not even like again like these labels or like the same thing even with like anarchism like Molotov,
Yeah, like
it's
liberal
all bullshit and it doesn't
black
align
blockers.
with what individuals actually believe, and we are backed into corners. I think that's kind of like most individuals or everyone's backed into a corner of having to align with one of these labels when really the label is limiting.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I mean,
it's divisive, and by definition, it's divisive, and it doesn't have to be. These parties didn't naturally exist before they were. Like people don't come out of the womb being like, "Oh, I believe this about abortion," and
sure.
like it's all stuff that's brainwashed into
I believe
us.
I think you're right about that. From a broader sense,
Like you can step out
like
of those two. You can be a part of. You can be. I kind of get what you're saying. You're like, oh well, what else can you be in this system but one of these things? And sure, you're looking at us being like, oh, you're just saying you're an anarchist, but you're still in this leaning conservative position in a system that's made for liberals or conservatives. So I get what you're saying, but it's not quite as black and white as that. You can represent something that's outside of those two parties in your life and in your practices and in everything. Yeah. And most people do live in anarchy most of the time. You don't want cops fucking looking over your shoulder all the time. You'd prefer to be left alone.
Sure.
So it's like when you look at it, all political parties and all that, when you look at it like that, it's very complicated. But when you look at what I just said, most people don't want a cop breathing down their neck. You said, sure, like, yeah, that's anarchism. That's not having a ruler. And we're supposed to have a balance, and everything's out of balance right now. They're doing too much against us. And the reason why they've been able to do that is this two-party paradigm where originally the liberals weren't really ever supposed to win elections because they were such in the minority, but they gave balance to the parties because without liberals, the poor and mentally disabled people wouldn't get taken care of, which I don't believe they're are plenty of churches and families of the people and foundations. Almost every church was started without the government, or not church. Almost every hospital was started without the government's help. So, but anyway, getting back to that. So the Liberal Party was started to bring balance to the conservatives, and they weren't ever supposed to really be presidents and own, you know, all control, because they were just supposed to give a little bit of balance to things. And so now that you have this bouncing back and forth, the country never fucking gets anywhere, and we never actually get any change outside of social issues that don't fucking matter. One of the big things I do on my show, I get in between these like weird neo-conservative vegan guys and like liberal vegan guys, and it's like they don't want to oh shit, I just lost where I was going there. It'll come back to me in a second.
Okay.
But,
yeah, I think
the party. Oh, so the party stuff. Yeah, no, the party shit is bullshit, and not saying that your beliefs are bullshit, but the party thing around those beliefs are bullshit, and having to believe everything your party believes is bullshit.
Yeah.
And you know, and I think that idea is gaining a lot of power in the world right now. I think a lot of people are like, fuck, you know, like liberals are like, fuck liberals these days, and lots of conservatives are like, I don't even fucking fuck all these people, and that's good, you know.
Understanding that, like looking at like the workers' rights thing. I mean, culturally, us evolving ethically is a good thing, right? Like, it's not, again, that's not a political issue, and that's not to say that any progress culturally made by liberals should be thrown out. It's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you know? It's like the
mechanism is it's kind of tough to explain, but I get what you're saying.
It's the political parties hijack organic cultural
movements. And then everybody thinks it's legit.
Like we had
and it's just a wedge. It just becomes a wedge. Like, for sure.
Yeah.
I see that for sure.
Very
like,
divisive. It's one of the most, it's as divisive as being a vegan is, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's inherently divisive. It's always going to be divisive because people people feel the need to defend their side, even if they don't even believe in their side. Like we say a lot on the show, it's like most meat eaters didn't get the choice when they were an infant. Oh, I think I'm going to do some research and see if whether I want to eat meat and dairy or not. No, it's forced on them. And so when something's forced on you, you're not really good at defending it because you didn't make those original thoughts and those ideas and research to make that decision. But you got guys lining up to defend it because it's something that they are a part of, so they feel they have to defend it, but they don't have the tools to because they didn't actually make the decision. It's the same thing with, you know, that the parties. It's like, okay, well, you know, it's we're mostly a result of our. I mean, I was liberal California boy for a long time too. You know,
that spirit of like activism and wanting change, social change, it's just it gets hijacked.
Yeah, really hijacked, and nothing ever goes anywhere. And you got BLM versus fucking ALM. And that's all anyone fucking cares about. That was the thing with the libertarian or the vegans, the liberal vegans and the liberal anarchists. They're like, oh, fucking, it's that whole idea where it's like, oh, nah, we just don't want to. It's like if both sides got together, that we'd be able to get somewhere. But since they're not, they're just endlessly fighting and fighting for things that don't really matter. You know, like all the social issues that catch, you know, BLM and all these things that the media makes up to cause everyone to go into a frenzy. These things don't matter. What matters is making people moral, more moral people, and making people care about morality and actually turning things around in our world and heading them in a direction that's better than where they are now. And there are too many people that don't believe that that's possible.
And I think that's not to say, like, I think people genuinely believe they're doing that by participating in
That's pathetic
But
and
that's
dumb.
well, I mean, I say what you will, but it's still like that is part of the
Like your Obama sticker on your car isn't doing shit.
yeah, but like
Dowie.
okay.
I would,
You
I
know,
mean,
and
I
we're
would,
all
I would go back
learning. We're all learning new stuff every day.
Yeah.
Everybody can change their minds, change their political opinions tomorrow. You know, it's not.
Sure.
It's all. We're all having a conversation. There's
Yeah.
no. We're not like. At least right now, we're not having some debate where we have to come to some conclusion at the end and defend our
Right.
position. Like we're all learning. We're learning from you. You're learning from us. We're learning from Darren. We're learning from fucking Matt Clark in the comments, and Brett, and fucking Spiritual Ascension, and you know, we're all learning from
Spiritual
each other, and
Ascension is
that's
my
what's
favorite.
fucking awesome about that's your Australian girlfriend.
Yeah.
We're all learning stuff, and the fact that we're all interacting and talking about this shit is what's important, and that's what they want us not to be doing, is talking and getting along and learning from each other. They want us fighting, because as long as we're fighting each other, we're not fighting them and making them work harder and making them actually do their fucking job and not just use their political position as a place to make themselves rich.
Yeah, fighting them,
Not
like,
taking up
like
arms, but
agorism,
changing
but,
the fucking
actually
paradigm.
doing
Yeah.
I mean, I would want to go back and pick a couple different topics further down the road to dive deeper into. But I do want to, I do want to. I have like 9% battery
Start
left,
writing
so
them
I
down.
want. Yeah.
Yeah. Start writing them down. That's the best way
Yeah.
of doing it. Just keep notes in your phone. Whenever you think of something, throw it in there. Because this is like, you know, we love
Yeah.
doing this shit on the show.
Okay, I would
Whether
have.
we're right or
I want to
not.
end with one more little path though.
Okay.
It would be why do you think in other countries, like third world countries, why do you think sweatshops and poor living conditions and shit like that exist? You think that that's all because of government as well, or because my perspective would be that would be lack of government regulation and workers' rights laws and things like this?
Well, I don't believe there's any third world country with a truly free market, for one. There is corruption everywhere. Sweatshops, most sweatshop patrons are Western.
Sure.
And they're Western, and the Westerners are going overseas because of the bullshit, economic bullshit that the fucking liberals and conservatives have done to the country. So it's not, you know, if here was a free market and there was a free market, I'd be able to answer the question. But they're both corrupt places. I don't really have. I mean, when I lived in Nicaragua, it was a shockingly close to anarchy place, but there still was. It's still a communist country. But they tax the shit out of Westerners going to the country instead of taxing the shit out of their own people. But their people are still. It's still the most impoverished place in the world. But my impoverished friends in Nicaragua are happier than my friends living in the Hollywood Hills. So who's more impoverished? You know, who's having a more fulfilling life? My friends with dirt floors in Nicaragua, or my friends who drive Lamborghinis in Hollywood? You know, because I can't tell you.
I just want to throw out there also minimum wage laws.
Yeah, that pushes a lot of shit out.
Well, I didn't hear what you said. Your mic
Minimum
was
wage
going.
laws. Yeah. Minimum wage laws pushed a lot of industry out of the country. If there were, you know, like earlier, like, why does the government need to intervene between a business and a worker who decides on a wage that they're happy with? All of a sudden the government's all, no, you're not happy with that wage, you can't have a job. So that, you know, those sewing shirts, you know, medial, screen print, you know, whatever industries that go overseas, you know, it's going overseas because it's cheap there, and it's not cheap here because minimum wage has raised everything. Minimum wage isn't raised in China, therefore a bunch of our, asshole corporations go there for stuff. But that's a big market. The world is a market, and it's the bigger it gets, the freer it gets. So like sure, our money, our resources, this whole idea, our money going overseas, it's all bullshit. Like it's all these borders guarding these bullshit economic fucking systems that aren't even fucking real, and then the government's doing worse off than if the borders were just gone and everyone was just getting to utilize the free labor, the cheap labor, and actually have it like impact the yeah. You trying to help me?
No, I'm just trying to get a point.
No, go ahead.
Just the whole basis of labor and system being different to where if they're never mind. I totally lost again. Never mind. But yeah, you got the gist of it.
How the system, things
Okay,
would
so
look
let's say-
so much
hold on.
different.
Okay. I see what you're saying, that like if we hadn't already influenced all these places, that conditions would be different there. Like I would agree with that. But let's say you go into a country, it's just a small little island country. They've got all their whole economy, like industry is already established, right? And they're paying their workers shit wage, just enough to barely scrape by. They have no other options, right? So what could be done there aside from in imposing some sort of minimum wage? Like how would you allow for a free
I
market
would say
system?
those people are fucking stoked to have a job on an island where they didn't have a job before.
Sure, but I'm talking about like in like a real world scenario where like they're living in actual abject poverty and poor conditions, and they've got high infant mortality rate and high disease rate and all kinds of shit.
You
Like,
can't fix that with anything.
I think that could be. I think
we have a massively high mortality rate for children in the United States, for worse than some third world countries.
Okay.
I mean, you saw downtown LA this weekend, bro. That's
sure.
worse than Nicaragua, where I lived, which is the second most impoverished place in the world. Downtown LA looks worse than Nicaragua, worse than fucking, like I don't believe that we're doing great things here, or that we even know how to do things correctly. Like, as the United States and whatever's going on here, I don't think it's doing great things.
I think that I live far more comfortably than somebody doing
we are
my
very
job.
Privileged.
Sure.
Yeah.
But that privilege, I think, comes from workers' rights in law and minimum wage and unions negotiating higher wage and shit like that. Like I think
those things came apart from corrupt entities, but that's not how it always works.
Sure.
Many businesses without government oversight, treat their fucking employees amazing. And there's been studies that show that these corporations make more of a profit off the people. That it's just you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater because of a couple bad things. And like the whole union thing, like it started from something, there's a lot of things that started from some good thing,
from a necessity,
but they kept going, and now they're kind of unnecessary or detrimental without you knowing it, like
I mean, there's the argument for it raising prices and shit to where maybe my wage doesn't really add up to as much as I think it does, because prices
goes to an artificial place where the market is supposed to tell you what your wage should be. But when someone says it, that's always, like someone's getting screwed here. It might not be the worker, but it's someone, like, and if the worker is getting paid better and he's happier because the union got him a better price, but then the costs go up and actually the work goes down, and then that worker is actually kind of not as advantageous anymore because the demand has gone down because the price went up. And it's just, you never know if these guys at that top are really, you know, it's just like a mini government. A union is just like a mini government, and like power positions attract psychopaths like flies to shit in any
Sure.
organization, and you don't know if they're doing what's best for you ultimately.
Oh,
and
I'm sure
we
they're
don't know
doing-
anyone, you know, we don't know what's best for us anywhere really,
Yeah.
because we just take what we can get, unfortunately, and that's
I
that
was-
desperate. We should be able to like have a ton of different jobs we can do, and like, you know, not go crazy beating
would
ourselves
agree.
to death doing the same
I was actually
shit.
just having that conversation today with someone saying that like I'm not under no illusion that that my union leaders aren't fucking doing whatever's best for them. Like I
Yeah.
understand that, but I just also understand that if I was in a right to work state, I would be making less than half of what I'm making right now. And so like it'd be hard for me to argue against strong unions because of that. But like I had I think my final thought would just be
Final
that
thought.
final thought, because now I'm at 5% battery. My final thought would just be that there needs to be a push and pull, or a balance between supply side and demand side economics, right? And I just kind of feel like the full free market system, it just leans a little too heavy on the supply side. Like I think it just leans a little too heavy on like relying on capital owners to do what's best for everyone because of the incentive of profit. And I just don't know if it would always work that way. I think you would have to have
Well,
the
it's not.
work.
The world isn't a perfect place, and no solution is going to fix all the
Sure.
problems. We're never going to get rid of bullying, no matter how many bullying courses we do in school. It's not going to go away. So, like, we can't make these drastic decisions based on these little things that are always going to happen. You know, that's where we get like the really out of control, unbalanced liberal nanny state shit, where like, you know, you can't walk down the street, everything's like got pads on it, and you know, like it's fucking, you know, you can't go walk on the beach because they're scared you'll sprain your ankle, so they're like, no one's allowed on a beach, you know, like it just becomes too much at a certain point, and it's completely imbalanced. Go ahead, Darren.
Germany or Austria had installed foam padding on street lights because people are on their phones and they hit their heads
bonking into
so
it.
you know,
I wouldn't question anything Germany does.
with the socialized healthcare, you know, it's like if you let these people walk into the pool, they hit their head, you got to treat them. So they just figured it'd be cheaper to wrap it in foam. But I just saw this video.
I mean, that sounds like a perfect. I mean, to me, that sounds like
Germany
an ideal,
being logical. Yeah, that's
it
Germany
sounds like an ideal
logical
system. Yeah.
Germany like will shame you for like other German citizens will shame you for jaywalking.
Or they'll shame you for not changing the oil on your car on time and shit. You
There
know,
should
like
be more
they're
shaming.
completely different. Yeah.
Like it can obviously get out of control, but the way that they're like, I don't know, like in Germany they'll just be like, so you don't think about other people, like when you cross the street, like maybe there's someone driving that has the right of way, like, you know,
Japan's like that too. Japan, you spit on the ground and everyone gets mad at you. They're like,
there's disadvantages too, obviously,
yeah.
right? Because of collectivism, but
yeah.
So to be socially conscious is a good trait, and maybe that comes from the homogeneity of their society, because Japan is full of Japanese people.
Whoa, homo.
You know,
whoa.
No homo. It's not gay if you do it right. But like somebody said here in the comments, I noticed something about a couple comments up. Were you gonna
get out of here, guy?
I'm not gonna get out of here.
Later, brother.
Nice meeting you, man.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Peace.
Nice meeting you, dude.
Thanks for coming.
Late.
Someone says, tell me where you're going to gather the knowledge and resources to make a functioning internet without massive centralization. Worst case scenario, it doesn't happen. How did humanity human before the internet, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's an example. It's a great question, and it's something that would need some development and whatever. But worst case scenario, for 99.999% of human history, we didn't
We
have
haven't
it.
had internet. We were fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. It's crazy to think that like you can't have Xbox.
It's like a David, what's his name? David, vegan guy, being like, the guys who wrote the book on veganism started the idea of not killing animals. It's like, no, bro, no.
And then
compassion existed before the guy 50 years ago that put the word vegan on veganism. Like, it's
right.
Just, it's the fault, the believe in the appeal to authority. It's like, oh, well.
And someone said, "Get chickens, become one with the land." Okay, if you're gonna do that, you have to become one with the land. You can't be one with the land and the internet and an Xbox and a car. If you're gonna go full anarcho-primitivist, you also should reject
going on airplanes.
Yeah.
Driving cars.
Which you might be able to do in the Badlands. And your footprint, even though you're maybe exploiting chickens or doing something like that, could be less, but also like you have to die like a chicken too. Like you live like an animal, you have to die like an animal.
Yeah.
If that's okay with you,
Yeah, if you're okay with that in the end, not
because
having a
many
great
people
time.
were, and the societies that were here, I know a lot of vegans like to like trash like in Native American cultures and stuff. But here's the, because they weren't vegan. But here's the thing though. Like if you were seen like abusing animals or even like hunting more than you needed to, like they
Animism,
would stop
bro.
you. Yeah, well, like a real animist would stop you.
Yeah,
like
punch you in
you
the
have
face.
no reason to kill this walrus.
Yeah.
No reason at all. No selling the tusk to a
Let
European.
the chicken die by the chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. A pecking order,
Yeah.
But you have no reason to sell this tusk to some guy for alcohol and gold and tobacco.
Yeah. That's not how this works. We only take what we need, not extra. That's the animism.
So they didn't clear cut a forest to do things, right? So they lived off the land and they were okay, maybe because they didn't know better, or maybe they did know better. They were okay with starving to death as opposed to building a factory and doing ultra violence to the earth.
No,
Maybe they did know better.
A lot of Native Americans ate mostly plant-based.
Well, yeah, plants
evidence of it all over out
easy
here
to acquire. But I'm just saying, if they made leggings and moccasins, they had this pair of leggings till it
they may have even come across a dead animal.
Yes.
But it was like very much a lifelong pair of pants.
Yeah. So
it wasn't just
in a way,
eating 5 burgers a day, killing 4 animals a day, eating three meals. It's like it's completely not on the same. It's a false comparison at that point, basically.
And we're not in their position.
No.
Veganism is kind of a reintroduction of these eternal, values of like nonviolence applied to a modern era. What's strange is like whether it's Christianity or Hinduism or whatever traditions, most of your fruitarians and vegetarians, they didn't really call it veganism, but again, to even hit a cow would like get you the death penalty there.
Mm-hmm.
So like they didn't separate calves from bulls. It was like real symbiosis, not fake symbiosis, but like their survival was tied to the animals. Like if the cow died, remember they're vegetarians, so that's how they get fat. And they didn't have like nutritional science, but they considered them as their mother, a surrogate mother, like a wet nurse. Like this is the person who feeds you when you're older. You wouldn't kill your mother.
It's like the dog you grew up with. Like it's like you know,
This is
it's a family member.
and when they walk into houses or shops or the road, nobody
Just let
like
them do
hit
it.
them.
Yeah.
They just waited or went around them. They still do that actually.
No, we watch these videos, these travel videos. These dudes walking through India. There's still fucking cows everywhere, just doing whatever they want.
You see how healthy a lot of them look? Like, I'm sure not all of them
the
are
food.
healthy.
I know whatever, like, not the most sanitary conditions, but the food looks so fucking good everywhere these guys go. They're eating this bomb fucking vegetarian food, and it's just like, oh my god, that looks killer.
Industry made, like, I think in a way things less sanitary because before, like, streams,
not sanitary to a Westerner, I guess. A Western stomach might
but
not be
people
able to
had
handle
immune
it.
systems.
Yeah. If you're fucking bathing in the Ganges every day, then you're gonna be able to handle the food there.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate how, like, okay, so like population explosions because of medication and other things, like it kind of threw off the balance.
I want to go to India almost more than any place. People there seem so fucking nice, and the food looks fucking insanely good. And I would too. It looks like a crazy place, but I like those kinds of people.
Dude, what's sad is they're trying to keep up with the West or join, the modern world. And the modern world is so fucking depressed, dude.
That's what ruins everywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah. So
Westernification.
Yeah.
Even China, like China was like so capitalist. When I was there, I was like, what the fuck? I want to see communism. Pure communism. When I go to China, I went to China and I'm like, I want to see commie shit. And it was like capitalism, peak capitalism. When I was there, I was like, fuck.
Right.
I want to see like China was trippy getting off the airplane and seeing the fucking red stars everywhere and all the dudes with AKs and shit. I was like, whoa, this is fucking crazy. But they are working there, man. They love selling shit.
You don't speak Chinese. Did you look up the laws or did you know how to act without getting arrested?
I didn't have any problems. I was only there like a week, and it was during the World's Fair, so it was a tolerant time for Westerners, I'm sure.
Right.
But I don't think I did anything wrong. I didn't do. Yeah. Like I ventured out on my own only a couple times.
Isn't that crazy? You don't speak Chinese and you just automatically knew.
Somehow knew how to get along with everyone, even though I didn't speak their language. Yeah, it's crazy.
Communist government threatening you with prison or execution.
Yeah, totally. It's so weird that I was able to just get along in harmony with all these people, and I didn't know their language. It's almost like there's like an inherent morality that exists around the world.
Right.
Oh. Yeah.
Regardless of different governments and stuff like that, or no government, it's pretty simple. It really is.
It really is. And you don't need to learn. I mean, learning all, diving into all the religions and philosophies and spirituality and all this stuff, it's all fun, but you don't have to do all this stuff to learn how to be an okay person. It's really not that hard. You don't have to be a crazy religious person. And like I was saying earlier, we're reading like M. Scott Peck, and it's like, oh, this is where Mark probably got something for natural law. And it's like fun finding and like even diving into the Bible. Oh, there's a bunch of like natural law sounded shit in here. It's like all these religions are loosely teaching the same thing. There's just a bunch of other shit on top of everything, and you have to know that, have the discernment to be like, okay, this is not necessary. And this is some important information. You have to like be able to judge. So many people, they're forced to read the Bible, so they just read it all and they just memorize it, and they don't understand. They swear they're a good person, but like you're like, did you want to read it enough to actually absorb it? Most likely not. It's not the funnest thing to read. It's got really crazy, heady language in it, and you have to really like think about stuff. And like forcing your kid to read the Bible, like what? Like, without like tons of nuance and explanation, which I guess the church is there for, but there's always an agenda behind the church or that guy's interpretation, which could be wrong. And corrupt, church guys get corrupt also and start doing their own thing. All these guys, even all the guys in our movement, like they're all like, oh, I'm going to take this thing and then change it and make it mine and then get famous off it. It's like, no, fucking asshole, just teach the thing.
What's that called? Residual income? Yeah.
Yeah. I want to just sit back and have money come in. No, it's called something. It's there's another income. There's another
passive
word.
Income.
Passive income.
Not residual.
Yeah.
Residuals.
All the Lambo bros trying to get their passive income crack me up. And these libertarian, like guys in the freedom movement that do it, I'm like, you're a fucking piece of shit, dude. And they get so mad. And it's just like, dude, you only fucking care about yourself and fucking getting money and materialistic bullshit. And they're just like, no, I like my Pasio. And it's like, dude, fuck off. Stop fucking, get out of this movement. People are so annoying.
One thing that I noticed with the freedom movement or natural law movement is they do throw the baby out with the bathwater in, I guess, in the benefits available through religion. Not all religions are equal, and some of them are less corrupt than others. And you got to look at the once again, it's a way of it's pointing the way, but it's not the way, right? Because religion was developed from people's experiences, but what they're getting at is the underlying natural order, which, or I wouldn't even call it an order, actually, just like, but I did find something I'd like to share. Is it cool to do a screen share?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it.
Do it. All right. Share screen.
Darren.
Okay. All right. So this is a famous mantra. It's an invocation to the Isha Upanishad, which is attached to the Shukla Yajurveda. And
what?
Yeah.
What does all that mean, Darren?
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat
Purnamudite. Bhagavad Gita?
Similar. Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So it says Om, that outer world is full of divine consciousness. This inner world is full with divine consciousness. From the full is from the fullness of divine consciousness, the world is manifested. Taking Purna from Purna, taking fullness from fullness, Purna indeed remains, because divine consciousness is non-dual and infinite. Om, peace, peace, peace. So what that's saying is
was that just a order for a restaurant?
So spiritual ascension in the comments got it. Kingdom of God is within you. Kingdom is within you. In other words, before the overlay, like before the superimpositions of ego and mind, the underlying reality is consciousness, not mind. Mind is a transformation, or the mind is consciousness plus Maya, reflected consciousness. So, and it's not to say that your individuality is bad, but if there's, and it also says that in Psalms 23, there is nothing I lack or I shall not want, meaning to want for something. In other words, you don't lack anything, not your body, but your spirit, which is consciousness.
You don't owe anything.
You don't owe anything. You don't lack anything. Therefore, there's no reason to, well, actions don't actually necessarily liberate you spiritually, although they can make conditions better.
i.e., going to church and serving the
Right.
church and stuff like
Belief,
that. Yeah.
that's an action of the mind. But if you really go within, there's very little we need. I mean, honestly, besides the maintenance of the body, Maslow's hierarchy of needs talks about it, right?
Yeah.
Food, water, shelter,
Sleep,
clothing, sleep,
sugar.
yeah, and then
Weed.
procreation, and then recreation eventually, right?
Yeah. Procreation's not even like high,
It's
it's high up
it's
there.
way
Yeah.
up there, right?
Yeah. But everybody thinks it's like number one.
Right. And
Like,
so
we're here to just keep procreating and keep going. It's like,
right. And so basically, like this feeling of lack, if you feel a need to, like, I guess, viciously defend something, and this is I do it, like everybody does it to an extent, but if you feel a need to, like, I guess, like, viciously defend something, you got to think about, like, are you fully convinced that it's true? Because if it is true, then it's going to be true whether they believe it or not, right?
yeah. It shouldn't need to be
The problem
viciously
is,
defended. And then if you're viciously defending it, it's almost like you're defending it to yourself because you're not really sure and you're still kind of convinced yourself that that's
so
true.
if you know the truth and nobody else gets it, even if you try to explain it, and this is something I've seen happen with Mark, it's happened with myself, you get frustrated, right? But let's just say only a handful of people get it, and maybe overall society or humanity is just a complete failure.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a defect with truth? No, because untruth doesn't have a real existence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Neither does a hallucination, but people have done things during hallucinations that have had real consequences. Maybe they lost their lives or there was an accident, people died. Doesn't make the hallucination real. So even if anarchism doesn't work, you got to think about it, like, to have internal self-control. At some point, you actually, consciousness is not necessarily intrinsically human. It's not exclusive to humans. It's the precursor to everything. So basically, like, to equate freedom with exclusively humanity, I know we're humans, but to say that, like, freedom can't exist unless people do something, it's a little bit of a stretch. I know what he means, and it's partly semantics, but freedom exists, and all we do is obscure our freedom. Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you, Jeff, what do I have to do to not steal from somebody? What do I have to do? What actions do I have to take to not?
How do I do it?
How do I not kidnap somebody? How do I not, like, think about that? Think of how ridiculous that is. So freedom is the rest state. You could call it the 0 point. Okay.
I think this Matt guy is saying that we need a government for their standards. What's he saying? He's saying, okay, what if you eat the wrong berries? He's saying that most of us wouldn't be able to do anarchy. Is that what you're saying, Matt? And then he's like, what will you do with everyone using a different size pound? And then, okay, so you need nails. You go trade wood with the nail guy to get nails, but the wood guy's using a different measurement and kills you because you're using a different measurement. This is your hypothetical. This is why we need government.
barley corns, bro. Where do you think they got grains from? You measure gunpowder in grains.
Yeah.
In the Auberginois system,
Or
437 grains to an ounce because of barley corn.
or you look at the wood and you're like, that's enough wood for these nails.
Right.
You don't even use a measurement.
Right.
That's a pretty
Like,
funny
do you
argument.
think they had measurements for everything? Like, no. You can
No.
eyeball certain things.
We didn't even have standardization till World War II. Somehow we survived.
Right.
And the government
before
wasn't
the
using
term 0 point, because I don't really understand like the full science behind that, although it sounds cool. They used to call it the monad, undifferentiated pure consciousness. It's completely full because there is no duality. I mean, duality is a problem to basically it's like a egocentric view of the world. I mean, people worry about legacy, offspring, right? Their family lines, bloodlines. That's how you get into this whole thing. This fear of, like, basically people are just terrified to not exist. And this is like panicking, like to make it's cope. It's copium, dude, to make ourselves feel like we exist by controlling like our environment.
I guess, yeah.
Standardization.
Matt,
I mean,
10 feet is 10 feet. If someone decides a foot is shorter, it's no longer a foot. It's no longer the truth.
right.
So this standardization argument's pretty silly.
Man, just trade with the guy who has longer wood if you're looking for longer pieces.
Again, it's like a goofy hypothetical.
Cut your own, you know. This is a hand, this is a cubit, like whatever.
Yeah, most of the measurements came from nature anyway. You know, they decided that, oh well,
you can find a right angle with a knotted rope.
Exactly.
And circumference and all that stuff. It's if you look into it, like that is.
But this is going back to like the Stone Age, like mentality of thinking that if we don't have government, we're going to go back to the Stone Ages.
All the way
and it's
back
like,
to
no, we're going to have a cell phone that fucking measures shit for us.
Dude,
you
we're
know,
not
we're still
saying
going to have
all calipers
technology.
and instruments are going to disappear, dude. People are still going to have protractors.
So you're saying, I think Matt's trying to say, because standardization has been the fall
what
of
if we
major
went back
civilizations
to pre-ancient Egypt?
not
What's
having
wrong with
standardization.
that, well, what's wrong with being what is wrong with being primitive? Objectively, what's wrong with that? If you're saying that's the danger of anarchism, what accomplishments have modernity actually contributed?
Fixed, yeah. Who knows? They make we're more social now, I guess.
Dude,
I guess. I mean, I don't even know. There's probably more face to face back in the day.
But, okay, what about the pyramids though? And why don't?
No, she's talking to Matt. I think
come on
he's
the
saying,
show
"Oh," and I know it's annoying
Is there a link?
when they just sit in the comments.
Yeah,
EMP doesn't make mistakes, dude.
Well,
EMPs don't exist. EMPs
it
are
would be a better
fiction.
Conversation because it'd be more dynamic if they just come on. I don't know if they saw the link.
I don't know. Most people can't talk on camera.
Don't talk on camera. Just talk with your words like an adult.
But we're almost to 4 hours, and I'm getting hungry.
All those things are really interesting, but we can't just have these fucking hard on
talking to the chat's boring. Yeah, the pyramid stuff is.
Let it go.
I get it that everyone's really fascinated with the pyramids. And it's probably the truth about the pyramids is probably it was just some fucking a jack pump irrigation system to pump water into the fucking city. And what if all us Westerners have fucking sensationalized it into some alien fucking invasion, alien technology, and all this garbage?
Yeah, there is no ascension, by the way. Shit. There is no stepwise progression, dude. There is no stairway to heaven. There's no stepwise progression that's not ultimately a cul-de-sac back to position of suffering. You can't. How do you go from 1 to infinity, dude? Like, what they're not understanding is it doesn't matter how advanced, powerful, long-lived, omniscient you get, even if you became God himself, it is not a solution. So what if you had infinite life, infinite knowledge, infinite power? What would you do? You'd be fucking miserable.
Boring.
You'd be
You'd probably
miserable.
kill
You'd go
yourself.
insane. You'd probably
Yeah.
tell people to slit animals' throats in a temple.
Yeah.
Because you'd
You'd
go
start
psychotic.
doing really fucked up
You'd
satanic
start
shit
doing demiurge shit.
to massive amounts of people.
Start
Yeah.
telling kids to tie up their children and
You just get the idea to start a world war today. I want to start a world war today. This
you'd
would be
impersonate
entertaining to me.
a burning bush or something. Yeah. Yeah, one
Pretty
of these
funny.
days would be cool to yeah, so headphones. Nobody needs headphones. Nobody needs frequency response. Nobody needs digital amps with impulse response. Once again, things and stuff, bro. People are like, I need my things. No, you don't, bro. You just need food, water, and shelter. You don't even need speech. You don't even need to know what mathematics are. Like, you take your hand, you take something edible, and you put it in your mouth, and you chew it, and then you drink some water. You go to sleep, find another human, maybe of the opposite sex, get it on, build a hut for your children. Like, you don't really need shit that you like. Once again, things we like are not things we need.
Yeah. They're just things we like.
Freedom comes from
They aren't things.
renunciation. That's the end of the story right there. When you think you need something, you're not free. The end.
Yep. Well, the end on that note. I think we're going to get the boys up. It's 9 o'clock. We got 4 hours. And I think there's a new Kill Tony up. I think I think we're gonna have we'll probably make a thumbnail next couple days and probably do the next show next Sunday. And it'll be a bunch of fun because we got some funny shit to
animate
watch.
those thumbnails one day and make a little South Park short type thing.
We were thinking about that, or we were thinking about like kind of doing them in sequence where they like the new one is half of the old one. Like it's like this ongoing kind of like, because they're so cool to look at and like they're all very similar, but we were thinking of doing some sort of like almost like an weird animation something, just trying to come up with some more creative stuff. But yeah, the thumbnails are great, and I'm not sure what we're
cut them and like have like a Terrence and Phillip type like
oh my god,
parody of the voices
hysterical.
Like, hey, what are you guys doing?
Oh no, even these guys right here, these guys.
Little Terrence and Phillip like construction paper style bodies.
Yeah,
and just animate it, dude. It'd be hilarious. There may be some AI or something.
Maybe funnier than
holistic form.
What's Logan doing? All right, dude. We'll see you next week.
Therapy
Later, brother.
Healing of maintaining the upkeep of the body, the mind, the spirit, all of that goodness. So it's gonna be fun to kind of unfold the foundations, but also to continue the journey with the viewers as well. Absolutely. So, Will, do you want to kick us off and just start with, introduce the concept? What is hydrogen therapy? Absolutely. So, let's kind of define our terms, right? We have hydrogen therapy. Now, there are many forms of hydrogen. What is hydrogen itself? So, the three forms of hydrogen, you have molecular hydrogen, which is the gas form. Hydrogen itself is the gas. It's the smallest and lightest element, and it's also the first element on the periodic table. So this is important because the universe is made up of 90% hydrogen. It's a foundational element. It's the essence of life.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you. To